Can't see and hear you. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive into tonight's chapter, let's go ahead and introduce our players, starting with Angie.
Hi, everybody. I'm Angie, Agonethetic on the internet, they, them pronouns. I play Zio Marino, he, they pronouns. And you can find me here for the foreseeable future. That's it.
Who would have thunk it?
Also, happy birthday, Iñaki Godoy. I don't think Iñaki Godoy is ever going to see this.
That and happy belated to Lou.
Yes, happy belated birthday to Lou.
Speaking of the birthday girl.
Look at her. They posing.
It's me, it's Lou. I play Lazuli. She, her pronouns for both of us. Find me at Lazuli_art on most social medias.
Oh, that was it. Okay, got it. Understood.
That's all, folks.
Understood. David.
Hey guys, my name is David. He, him pronouns. Tonight I will be playing Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter. Also he, him pronouns. You can catch me here every Sunday as Whistle for the foreseeable future. Or you can catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions as the game master of some Pathfinder 2nd Edition games. That's all, folks.
Last but not least, Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I am Bluebluebutton on social media, and when I am not here playing Echinacea Belrose, the Aasimar wizard, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions in the Unearthed Inheritance campaign, where I play Cressida, who wanders around dreams and makes it other people's problem.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I'm the Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh, and when I'm not here for the foreseeable future, you can find me as Finn Reese over at Heroes of Asteria Unearthed Inheritance on Stealthy Elf Productions, also for the foreseeable future. Before we dive... Oh, a stretch. Thank you so much. That's actually very nice. God.
Oh, I can't stretch all the way.
That felt good. All right. Before we dive in, go ahead and check out Lupine Honey. Oh, wow. That was not the right input. Now it was. Caroline has an incredible line. Caroline has an incredible shop where you can use code TalesArchive for 10% off of your purchase, and we highly recommend that you do so. And we still have our open donation link supporting charities for Sudan, Palestine, Congo, and Haiti. If you are able to donate, that would be much appreciated. Hit those links, share those resources, and educate yourself. If you're not able to, uplift oppressed voices, do research, and again, educate yourself on the current goings on, and uplift oppressed voices. Just a general or more specific content warning today as we dive into some themes that could be potentially triggering for individuals. We could be diving into elements of self-harm and ideation. If that is not content you wish to engage with, please take care of yourself. Your mental health comes first. I want to be very clear and very transparent that everybody here at the table talked to each other and everybody gave their enthusiastic consent to explore these themes. If we're diving into a scene that may dabble in any of these topics specifically, another verbal content warning will be given, as well as the content warning in chat. So just wanted to be sure to give that warning at the top of today's show. Any other announcements from anybody? Okay. Last we left off, the Fated found themselves approaching the undead draconic form of Ithos, the once guardian of Iyo Thalor. After a surprisingly pleasant conversation, the Fated made sure to do their part and reveal the wrongdoing of both Viola, the Ebony, and discovered the actions of the Magus Arcanum in the magic present, keeping Ithos alive and causing him to work on behalf of the Ebony. This obviously was a shock to our party, and everybody was able to do their part. Echinacea and Lazuli approaching Ithos, giving that clarity and giving this ancient red dragon a final resting spot atop the Wyvern Peaks. As in Ithos's words, the orchard maybe wasn't the best idea. Another topiary was erected there as the group made their way down into Iyo Thalor proper, each flying in their own way to scope out the rest of the city. Lazuli and Richter trailed off and decided to misbehave in the Wyvern Peaks a bit, while Zio, Whistle, and Echinacea pursued the final trail of Ebony Knights within the city of Iyo Thalor, ultimately finding them in the forested areas south of the city. After a brief questioning, those Ebony Knights were sent to meet the Silence, and the last remnants of that undead order of knights has been removed from the city of Iyo Thalor. With that, the work began. There was a bit of a contentious conversation regarding whether or not rest was the best directive. Zio opting to go to the Whitmore estate to rest, while Whistle and Echinacea were stalwart in their desire to continue working the work itself. Now, nowhere near done. They went their separate ways and began to do work in the city. Lazuli and Richter found themselves above the Wyvern Peaks looking down on Iyo Thalor after spending some time, and the two had a very lovely conversation about their relationship, opening up to polyamory, and both affirming that they love one another and want to stay present in each other's lives, no matter how close or far they remain. As the night ended, there was a tense engagement between Echinacea and Casimir as anxiety about the Arcanum, wanting to be heard, and fear of being taken again by this organization boiled over in our Aasimar wizard. With that, it was then time to fucking sleep. So everybody made their way back. Everybody conked out. Casimir summoned the Humble Abode. Lazuli went to go seek out Zio. Zio, continuing this path of self-isolation, chose to stay within the Whitmore estate, but ultimately they told Asandro of the promise made to Olma and the potentiality of Zio entering the current. Lazuli returned. The group has entered a cuddle puddle, and before I turn it over to you guys, we ended the night with Casimir taking a potion of restful sleep, summoning his two Great Danes, Duke and Lady, and casting guards and wards on the Humble Abode. We pick up in the night as Casimir sits reading, and there is a... What's everybody's passive perceptions here?
14.
14?
Passive.
8.
I am not at the abode, so
18.
18. There is the beginning of a hit at the window. Casimir immediately turns to see Lucian attempting to enter the Humble Abode. And then Casimir just stands and goes, very, very cartoonish. It's just like, no, stop. I will stop. And Lucian's like, stands there. Casimir goes and opens the door. You need to let me know the next time you come here, because if you do that when I'm not here, it will hurt. Lucian's like, understood. May I come in? Yes, you can, Lord Whitmore. Everybody is over there. Directs Lucian to the cuddle puddle, and he quickly jumps in and falls asleep. But eventually, we pick up in the morning. The day is fresh as each of you awake. Who's waking up first? David and Button went.
Yeah, probably Whistle.
Whistle. Okay.
Yeah, Whistle will wake up, and do a quick head count first thing.
Yeah.
Realize Zio's not there, but Lucian is there. And Casimir's still around? Or he was on watch, but I don't know if he fell asleep or something.
Casimir is awake. You see him still awake in the morning as he is making coffee, tea, and scones.
Okay. So we'll move over and start fixing up a cup of tea and just kind of enjoy the morning a little bit. But first, just check in. Any word from Zio? Did they leave already?
No, I believe they're at the Whitmore estate.
Okay.
That's what I heard from Lucian last night when he entered. He's there with Alessandro.
Yeah, I think Whistle will just caffeinate and get ready for orders.
Yeah, you caffeinate and you are accosted by one very happy and like excitable Great Dane who's just like sniffing you up. He's never met you before, but he is like a new friend. Incredible.
Hello. It's a large dog. It's a dog, right?
Well, yes, that is Duke. You see another one sitting at the bottom of the stairs. She is much more reserved, much more calm, much more chill. Yes,
Gonna go drink coffee by her.
She scans you up and down, just doesn't stop you, but does not regard you.
Okay.
Okay.
Kind of dog.
Yeah, and she just kind of. Casimir says, that makes sense. Understood. All right, who's waking up next?
I think Lazuli might. I feel like Echinacea pushed themselves way too hard to be up next. You can fight me on this, but I'm staying.
Go for it.
Yeah, I feel like Lazuli would get up just because she's the type of person that it's like special day, or if there's just been a lot happening, she just can't settle, even if they're tired or I don't know. There's just a lot on her mind. A lot of internal shifts have happened.
Yeah.
So she'll get up. I imagine that she would also probably have summoned Fritz and maybe even Cassandra if that's possible. Like everybody, like just the pile of everybody. Yeah. And she'll give everybody a kiss on the forehead, including Richter and maybe even Echinacea. Just everyone's kissed on the forehead, but she's getting up, still in her nightgown, and gets a cup of coffee and greets Casimir and of course Duke and Lady. And then she grabs her journal, and I imagine there's a window in this bitch.
Yeah, there are multiple.
And if there's not, I'm gonna say, please can I have a window and a roof to sit on? So she goes.
You guys have roof access if you want it. There's a garden up top.
Or even just like she wants to be in the same room, but just like a window seat, like just to be near a window, at an open window, and like curl up and start journaling about the day's events, or previous days, just everything that she knew, sketches of maybe weird symbols that they saw in the heart, writing about Ithos, just documenting what happened. Just so much. Like just trying to like sort it out for herself and how she feels not being a hag anymore, and what a grave domain cleric could mean for her. So just some time for introspection and kind of staying perched, waiting for, like Whistle said, the orders to begin.
Okay, absolutely. You sit and journal, and you. Oh, sorry, David. Please go ahead.
I just couldn't let this joke go by. Lazuli's archiving our tale.
Indeed.
All right, I'm out.
But inspiration point for a great joke. Yes. As you kind of think about the symbology and the magic of Viola, go ahead and give me an Arcana check.
$26. Oh wait.
What?
26.
26. Okay. What is it you're looking for particularly?
I suppose it's not necessarily looking for, like, she's not trying to replicate the mass magic in like an actionable sense, but
Yeah.
more trying to document.
Understood.
And yeah.
Okay, with a 26, you're able to mark down, and with the recent memory of the arcane sigildry on Ithaus's heart that is mimicking that of Viola's magic, you're able to pretty seamlessly here with the 26 mark that down and accurately etch that into your journal. And like you create these highly detailed diagrams of the heart that you saw in both the demiplane and within the draconic chest of Ithaus. But yeah, you're able to, for future viewing, if the time ever arises, this could be a great resource.
Saying that, realizing that, in having just wanted to journal her day and record, she now realizes that this journal is a weapon. And makes a mental note of talking to Echinacea about potentially protecting this
Okay.
object. Yeah. Thank you.
Understood. No, thank you. All right. Who's next? Who's waking up next?
If Zio is at the estate, Angie, do you want to go last?
I guess since we're keeping it in the same scene.
Okay.
Before Echinacea wakes, they are in their anti-magic cell in the Magus Arcanum. They have been there for forever. The things that should live in their mind do not. And they are in the dark, sitting with the one memory placed in their mind artificially of ripping a man's heart out. And they rip his heart out over and over, the heart of Casimir's husband, until the room is filled with blood. And then, as all dreams do, as all nightmares do, everything shifts, and they are strapped to the rack where Casimir entered their mind, where he forced his way in. And they see Zarini over his shoulder, the dragon of the major arcana, telling Echinacea that Zarini just wants to know the truth, and Echinacea knows it's a lie. Echinacea knows that Zarini knows they are innocent, and yet their brain is drilled into over and over and over, and they relive the face of Lorien, who has been taken away from them. And as what the Arcanum has done to Echinacea is replayed in perpetuity, I think these nightmares are continually interrupted by Aedwulf, who pulls them out.
You hear as the image of Lorien fills your mind as Casimir's hand approaches again, as the electrically charged voice of Zarini speaks out. You just feel two hands at your shoulder and a shadowed wolf stand in front of you, between you and Casimir and Zarini. And they just say, "It's just a dream. You're not there anymore. You're not there. I am going to fight to make sure you're not taken from yourself again. This isn't real."
It's not real. It's not real. It is not real anymore. And the dream cycles. For a while, they are riding on the back of this wolf until they find themselves again in that anti-magic cell, and it loops over and over through the night until finally they awake as they are in this dream staring at Casimir, about to drill once again into their mind, and their eyes shoot open and they see Casimir across the room.
You see Casimir across the room, and you feel the shadowed form of Aedwulf as a wolf on top of you. You know how dogs sort of lay on the chest of their owners when they are in distress?
Mm-hmm.
There's very much that, and you feel yourself being held by Kalen, who has pulled you into his side, one arm around you, the other holding both of your hands, and just being present as you kind of jar awake. Aedwulf just says, deep breaths. Deep breaths. They're going to answer for it.
Yes. Yes, they are. Good morning.
Morning. I'm sorry.
No, it is good to be reminded. And they will get out of bed, kiss Kalen's forehead, and I think they immediately see Duke.
Oh yeah, and he goes and tackles you right back into the bed. This giant ass dog just barrels on top of you, hits Kalen in the chest, and he's just good morning. Good morning.
Oh, he's so heavy.
He just like is licking your face and just kind of with his maws just kind of like grabbing your nightgown, like kind of pulling you out,
Okay.
helping you up. Like,
hello, good boy.
He's just like barking, like with the barks of Duke. Everybody's kind of getting stirred a bit, and Casimir just says, "Enough! Leave them alone." I'm so sorry, dear. Are you all right?
Oh, this is a good way. This is a good way to wake.
Good. I'm glad you think so. Coffee, tea, both.
Coffee. We have a lot to tell Lucian.
You see at the foot of the bed, sleeping like a dog, Lucian just.
Duke, wake him up.
Oh. He kind of like wiggles his butt, jumps, pounces, and just lands right on Lucian's stomach as he just winded. Just good morning.
Good morning.
What happened?
Well, that was Duke. Where's Zio?
Oh, good morning, Duke. Zio's at the Whitmore estate. And we will transition to Zio waking up in the morning. Zio, I imagine you're not quick to get out of bed.
I think Zio did get out of bed before Isandro
Okay.
woke up, but I think it is mainly so. Zio is sitting by the window. I'm assuming there's maybe like a little chair or something.
Yeah.
In his room, and they're just staring out.
Mhm.
At the city. I think they would have also maybe like quietly started like gathering pieces of furniture or things that got messed up by the fireball at some point.
Yeah.
So like when Sandra wakes up, they see this massive charred things that have been left in the center of the room. And Zia's just staring out.
You pick up a table and sort of scoot it over. It's like a little bedside table. The matching chair is just sort of scorched and it charred, but after a moment you're sort of sitting there staring. You don't know how long you've been kind of sitting here and just burning additional holes into this furniture, but you just feel a hand on your shoulder. Good morning.
Good morning. Did I wake you up?
No, I woke up.
Okay.
You all right?
I'm cleaning.
I see that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also mean after last night. We discussed a lot.
Zio stares at Asandro sort of blankly. And do I have to say it?
Not if you don't want to. But I will not otherwise know how you feel.
Well, I'm not alright. It's been less than 24 hours, so...
I don't believe that I can fix this. But if there are things I can do to make you feel more comfortable, all you have to do is say the word.
I think I don't know what that is. I don't know what you can do for me right now. Aside from maybe just training me. I don't know what else. Maybe we can revisit this conversation at another time. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
It's not saying the wrong thing. But if you don't want to speak on it now, we don't have to. And if being occupied and training is what will best serve you, then we can do that. There are plenty of Armene that need tending to. The others are at the abode. Do you want to meet them there? Have breakfast with your family.
My family is in the Scorched Isles. I'd like to see my friends, though, yes.
Cassandra stands up. Well, apologies for saying the wrong thing.
No. No, you don't have to apologize. I don't know what I'm doing. And I know you've told me before that it's okay, that I can trust everyone else around me, and I can lighten my load. But this, you and me, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. And I think maybe I'm putting you in a difficult position. It's not right. It's not fair to you. I've already screwed up enough.
What have you screwed up that isn't able to be fixed? What is a screw up in your mind? We've talked about things being taken off of your plate, but Zio, you haven't done that. You still choose to bear the weight of the world. And to blame yourself when you're too weak to carry it. No one can hoist the world on their shoulders. Not even I. Zio, I will keep your secret Because I know what it's like to be in the position you're in. Because if you don't wish to speak to your friends about entering the current, then I will not betray that trust. I will be your teacher. I will be your confidant. I will be what you want me to be, what you need me to be. But is it me that you want?
What do you mean by that?
I'm asking if you feel like you want me. Because you speak about fairness, and you speak about unfortunate positions. I'm still here.
What? It's not... Wouldn't it be selfish of me to say that?
I suppose you could say it is, but I see nothing wrong with being selfish and chasing what you want.
Then I have to think about it. I think I need time.
I will talk to Lord Whitmore about getting another room. I wish to give you the time you need. And of course, I will train you.
Yeah.
Zio, I care about you. Very much.
Zio doesn't respond.
Oh, damn! Oh, brutal!
I
Alright.
think Zio runs. I think
Actually, or
Zio,
just retreats into
No.
himself?
I think Zio will walk past Isandro,
Ooh.
and I think they're so overwhelmed.
Yeah.
With the question that was posed that they're going to just very high speed walk
Okay.
to the abode.
Okay. You head out and okay. Alrighty. We will pick back up in the abode. We'll say that everybody is up and sort of getting breakfast, and after a point, now that it's up, Casimir sees you coming, Zio, and opens the door for you. Good morning, Miss Marina. We've got tea, coffee, and scones. You alright?
Coffee. I don't like coffee.
Well, there's tea.
Scones sound good.
Okay.
What kind of scones?
We have plain raspberry.
Okay. Do you need help?
No, it's all made. It is all made for you all to enjoy. So
Do you have
peace.
anything to do? Anything for me to do?
sit and eat your breakfast.
Okay.
All right. Sort of pats you in, and you are all together.
Echinacea has been at the breakfast table and is just finishing up casting Private Sanctum on the space. So we cannot be listened to, we cannot be scryed upon. Scrying sensors cannot move into this space, and they are just preparing to let Lucian in on what we learned yesterday.
Okay. Perfect. Lucian is just sort of setting up. You see as he has a notebook out and he's kind of getting ready to like take notes for himself, things of that nature. So he wanted to talk.
Yes, I'm afraid there is a lot of ground to cover.
Best to start running, then.
Agreed. And I think the wizard Echinacea, who lived through the Arcanum, who kept reliving that imprisonment throughout the night, I think they retreat into the Mind Palace and the Cleric takes over.
Okay.
So, last night, Ishali and I were able to ascertain the origins of the Atropol.
Good. That was the entity in some parsley market.
Yes, the spooky baby.
The spooky baby, yes.
Yes, it was one of Vamir's attempts at returning to the material plane. We have cast gentle repose upon it, and I have the means to hallow the entity so that Vamir cannot use it again if there's a space he would be comfortable with burying it.
We could do that in Selene's Spire. It is already holy ground. Best to do so somewhere holy.
It's sanctified already.
Yes.
By whom?
Well, it was sanctified by my mother's personal doctor. Once she passed, was buried there.
I see.
But I'd respect if you'd want to do so again, in case there was any sort of misdeeds by my family's prior employ.
It is not that I mistrust your family. It is that I would rather not bury an evil god near a site dedicated to your mother, Lucian.
I appreciate that. It's the spot that I thought of first. The tea gardens are close to the estate, but they have been easily corrupted already.
What about the woods surrounding the city rather than within the city itself, Lord Whitmore?
I'd say that's wise.
How deep do your coal mines go?
About a mile deep.
That could also be pretty secure. This Atropol, do we know if it was the only one?
It is the only one Ashali came here to handle, but I doubt it is the only one.
Lazuli did cast Primeval Awareness yesterday, and I don't think picked up anything.
It did not pick anything additional, no.
I imagine if he has more Atropol, they are far from this city. Perhaps at other anchor points like this one, as there is the Feywild Bleed to consider.
That was my thinking. Either Feywild, other anchor points, or I can gather up text on the silence that I have, and maybe we can find something there. But that will be at your disposal.
Thank you. Echinacea looks up at Whistle and Zio. We also learned that the attack by the Ebony was ordered by one of the major arcana of the Magus Arcanum. I can extrapolate that perhaps your coup, as you were instructed to commit by Sunwell Academy, was also ordered by the Magus Arcanum.
Always the puppeteers.
There are greater implications here.
Yes.
Major arcana are inciting a war between two nations it controls, Shenthier and Drifton. To what end, we have to ascertain.
That is something to look into. If I were to extrapolate now to prove the governments of Shenthier and Drifton weak, to instill
What further end?
To instill a magocracy across all of Tolesh. At least across the two largest bodies of this continent, Drifton and Shenthier.
To become the continent's saviors.
Exactly. The Crown Republic of Shenthier is already a farce. They believe they have power, but the Arcanum of Aldengate, as you've seen, looks pretty pointedly at you, Echinacea, hold great power over their religious figures, but people like Sigil and Lorethian can help change that tide.
Given that they are connected with Sunwall and with Viola, who is connected to the Silence, I imagine that Koliada's instructions via Kervaith to destroy the line of Lorethian applies to Sigarn for that reason.
Cut up loose ends on a lot of different spools.
Yes.
Just happens that one lines up. It would be wise to get Sigil and Lorethian into the fold, but I did receive a missive this morning that he and his contingent are on their way here. Apparently he received word from a student, one Primrose Oten. And
So she did it.
They did do it.
I apologize,
No.
That was my driver.
You're all good. Yes, they did it, and so he should be coming by the end of the week. And he will have a contingent of Lorethian knights at his side.
I also recommend, knowing that the Sunwell Academy and by extension the Magus Arcanum have attempted twice to take the city of Iyo Thalor, that it might be wise to instill some counterintelligence within the city, and we do have Viper's Hand agents already operating here, who I do think might appreciate a paycheck.
He kind of smiles. Yes, I will be cutting a lot of checks here in the next couple of weeks. I think it would also
If you could retain...
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, please.
If you could retain them, they are able to move across the continent quickly. As far as I understand, they work against the Major Arcana and the Magus Arcanum writ large. They could be an ally.
Agreed. Could pay them for their work here, which was the plan, and potentially give them a stronghold in the Gutways. Some footing in Iyo Thalor to call it home, if they desire. And it might be good to get the mages of the Law Keep involved with that. They are investigative by nature, so it might be good to get Rivet and her successor into the fold.
Echinacea, who's been doing a lot of talking, looks at the rest of the breakfast table.
So, it seems our objectives least immediately, are to secure allies. Bring those who we believe to be on our side into the fold. And make this...
Kind of gestures broadly to the humble abode and Iyo Thalor in general.
a sanctum, somewhere protected.
That's what I'm understanding. I will need to raise up my ducal guard. And I was hoping to instill the help of you, Whistle, Monroe, Richter, Kalen, anybody who is eager and willing to train that new ducal guard. I understand that under my sister's rule, they were put in a position to be complacent. Non-functioning. And that needs to change if this is to be a bastion of safety.
Agreed. I'll make contact with them and get them into shape.
Yes, and of course anybody who wishes to train is more than welcome to come along and take part. I have an address at the end of the week that I will be making, just for the people of the city to hear from me, to understand that there has been a transition of power, and to assure that I am taking this seat with the best of intention. Elizabeth worked hard to ensure that I was not trustworthy by the people of this city. I think our actions and my actions did well to persuade those on the fence, but I think there are still those who understandably are not too sure about my leadership.
A speech isn't gonna be enough then.
I will be in the city, doing the work. I think you're right, Theo. Did you have an idea?
Well, you said it. You could go into the city. Speak with them, speak individually. Help where help is needed.
Yes.
I think we're focusing a lot on the protection of Iyo Thalor, but I think morale is important.
Yes, I agree. And I have every intention to serve the people of the city.
Show them, don't just say it.
Was there anything else to cover?
Where may we assist you? Both in boosting morale and in protecting the city, caring for its people.
The hospital is a big one. There are still people injured in need of tending to. I think guard rotations are wise, and do what you did best when you were here first. You engaged with the city. You tapped into its lifeblood in the upper and lower block. Do what you do best. And touch people's hearts. As you've touched mine. I have a meeting later today with Henrik, with Christopher Armstrong, and with Rivet, so I will be communicating with them about other work that needs to be done in the city and paying them kindly for their work in protecting the city over the last few days. But beyond that, I will be replenishing seeds at the herbarium, crafting potions there if need be, and making myself known around the city.
Perhaps ask the people what they need from you.
Absolutely. What do you all have planned?
Ensuring that the city is well defended is amongst the first things on my list.
Yes, I would like to accompany Whistle. After that, I will be tending to Viola's victims and Anatol's family. Then I will make my way to the hospital.
Understood.
While you all have been speaking, after Lazuli kept her notes and was honestly preparing her new cleric spells, things that she's come across, she was then beginning to create a see-through charm, which will purify land and plant 3 crops. So she's going to be finishing a couple of those and then going to the orchard to purify that land that has been corrupted by undead, and just going to start helping replenish the resources and cleanse the area of just all of the ick, as she says. Yes.
Perfect.
Suddenly, those are incredible.
I may also reach out to Ermil. He was quite the ally in our siege, and I'll see if he needs anything or what else he could provide.
You're a saint.
No, you have well. She stopped herself and she's like, "No, you have wings," and then realizes she also does.
Jesus Christ. Well. Me also.
Me also. Okay.
Okay. Zio?
Zio kind of looks a little bit listens to everyone, and then like when the attention is turned to them, they're sort of like caught off guard and they're like, I said I would be training with Isandro, helping with the Amine. But I don't know when that's going to be or how it'll happen. So I'll just be around for now, helping however anyone needs me to.
Would you like to accompany me to the orchard?
Sure.
I'm
I'll go
sure
with
there
you.
are Amine quite fussy. Thank you.
I'll tell Isandro then.
Very well.
Unless you just want it to be me, then that's fine. I don't want to have anyone else if...
More the merry. Insight check on Theo. A 25.
Oh,
Damn.
he's not doing good, baby girl.
Does Zio seem like they want Sandro to come? That's what I'm trying to perceive.
You can... Even just Zio saying the name of Sandra right now, there's hesitation. There's a stuttering to that name.
Got it. Okay. Actually, I think maybe this could be an opportunity that we can test your skills. Just us, please.
Okay. That's fine.
If you don't mind. Very well.
Whatever you need.
Actually, could you hold this here and while I paint this? She's making another charm, and it's easier if it's steady.
Okay. And then immediately goes into it. Like, no hesitation.
Right, thank you.
Perfect. Okay. All of you sort of prepare yourselves for your morning activity. Each of you see as Lucien gets a ping on his ascending stone. You all hear the voice of Henrik. Everyone's gathered. We'll be ready to go in about 15 minutes. Meet in the nice dingy tunnels there, my lord. Lucian's like, I will see you there shortly. Thank you, Henrik. All right. Well, I will be headed that way. Anyone is welcome if they wish. Kaelin does put a hand up. I should probably check in with Christopher. It's probably wise. So if anybody else...
Whistle, are you going to the Ducal Guard immediately, or...?
Yes, I figure the sooner we get to work there, the sooner we can all rest easier.
I wish to be trained, if that is possible, but I would also like to... They look at Lucine and Kaelin. Would you be able to update me?
Absolutely.
As to the desires of the Viper's Hand and Thortel Guild and... Oh gosh, everyone.
Absolutely. Yes, of course. There's not a world where we wouldn't update you.
Rest assured, Doctor. I'm always happy to train you anytime. If there are other matters at hand that need your attention, we will find time to train.
And hopefully this will be quick.
Perhaps I will go with then, and I will find you, Whistle.
Follow the sounds of swords.
You all hear Nikolai.
Oh, the sound of swords.
I cannot wait to start slinging. This is going to be great. Whipping young and eager people into shape as is needed. All right.
With a flourish of the cloak and a couple of feathers falling, Whistle's gonna make his way out and head towards the barracks or...
Okay. Yeah, you actually start making your way up toward the Whitmore estate. Okay. Since it looks like this is where everybody is peeling off, we're about an hour in, so let's go ahead and take our first break here, and then we can talk on break about who we want to pick up with, where we want to go from there, and cool. Sounds good. Welcome to Downtime, gamers.
Downtime!
All right, we'll see you guys shortly. Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye!
One fateful day, the fairy Lazuli fell through a rift between the Feywild and the material plane of Eosha. The amnesiac child was adopted by the reclusive silver dragon Ishror, eventually being gifted a dragon mark and becoming his scout. Over the course of a decade, Lazuli's prowess on scouting missions has helped Ishror grow his hoard of magical items and historical relics. Lazuli's life would change forever during one such scouting mission when she found herself racing 5 opponents to obtain a primordial current orb. Another, Zio, won the race, consuming the orb just before the Magus Arcana members arrived to take the assembled orb seekers into custody. However, they never reached the Arcanum. Rescued from custody by Sir and Echinacea, the group, now known as the Fated, took shape. Charged by Ishror with investigation of the Preservium, a corrupt guild trafficking in items of power, Lazuli traveled into Drifton with the Fated. There, Lazuli encountered the River King Uramil, Fey King of the Summer Court. Uramil revealed knowledge of Lazuli's parents, Lapis and Aura Isledale, as well as Lazuli's miraculous conception via Feywild Wellspring. During this time, Lazuli found herself smitten with Sir's distant relation, Captain Richter Oliphant, a valiant hero who saved those unlawfully imprisoned by the Arcanum. It would only be later revealed that Lazuli's father, Lapis, was among those saved by Richter from the Arcanum's clutches. Finding her insecurities preyed upon by the death hag Viola during this time, Lazuli was convinced to make a pact. Lazuli would be given powers provided she continued to develop her bargain. Otherwise, she would suffer the notice of the Evil Eye. Only now is Lazuli realizing that this refers to the evil god of the unalloyed pantheon, Ruin's Eye. Things came to a head at the Preservium's Gala of Innovation. Lazuli learned that the Preservium leader, Gale Umbridge, was formerly Ishwar's scout, and that the dragon mark gifted to Lazuli by Ishwar was originally meant for Gale. Worse, Ishwar founded the Preservium. Lazuli also met Nivian's former employer, Dr. Satosh of the Sunwall Academy, who gifted her a vial of the Death Hag Viola's ichor. Much came to pass at the gala. Lazuli and Richter shared their first kiss. Lazuli adopted Echinacea as her sibling, and perhaps most notably, Lazuli caught her first glimpse of her father during the exhibition. The next day, Lazuli reunited with Lapis, who now travels with the Fated. On the path to reuniting with her mother, Aura, Lazuli found herself in the midst of a combat that felt too great to surmount. In that moment, she made a choice to deepen her pact with the Death Hag Viola. Drinking the ichor gifted to her by Dr. Satosh, Lazuli became a warlock. The deepening of this pact revealed a terrible truth. The Death Hag who holds her pact is none other than Elizabeth Whitmore, beloved of Sir, and twin of the Fated's ally, Lucian Whitmore. Through the trials of reuniting with her mother, navigating the pains of joining two families into one, learning that Ishwar faces a draconic tribunal for crimes against 5 dragon eggs, resurrecting Echinacea and Whistle, transforming into a witch of the Ith, Lazuli has refused to kill, knowing that death will feed her pact keeper, Elizabeth. We find Lazuli delving into the Saiba home catacombs. There, she meets Inara, the Ruin's Eye devotee who took Lazuli's family from her. Defying Inara's attempts at corrupting her, Lazuli resisted taking a sliver of divinity for her own and left Inara alive. Lazuli herself was not so lucky, dying by Lord Tarvish's hand during combat with Whistle's former captain, Izradan. In death, she was confronted by Elizabeth's rage at not being fed. Now, after being brought back by Echinacea, Lazuli finds herself feeling above the state of death. Elizabeth awaits on the horizon, a threat to outwit. A fairy's work is never done.
Born in the Scorched Isles, Zio Marino grew up in the comfort of a loving family, only tangentially understanding the meaning of conflict. As with most young folks of the Scorched Isles, when they came of age, they traveled to the mainland of Tolesh, seeking purpose and knowledge to return to the Isles with. It was there that Zio joined forces with the Bright Fury Guild. Not long after, a mysterious voice spoke to Zio, and believing this to be his purpose, a pact was struck with the entity Isterus. Isterus sought a primordial orb, a rare object tied to the primordial current, a source of power which harnesses the sea of raw materials swirling in the plane of the elemental chaos. Zio found the orb first, beating several others, including Lazuli and Nivian, in their own pursuits of the artifact. Finding the first orb was only the beginning, tying his path to the companions they now call family, the Fated. In their travels, they have come to learn more of Isterus, a Famar Earth primordial, as well as the Union of the Tranquil. As creators of the primordial current, a centuries-long battle wages against the factions of the natural order: earth, wind, fire, and water. Isterus's dark influence and manipulations were revealed to Zio through the wisdom of Halitis, the Vacron Air primordial member of the Tranquil. Seeking out more primordial current orbs, Zio found themselves contending against Wit and Alma, the avatars of Coletra and Glacia respectively, the Union of the Tranquil's fire and water contingents. These chosen warriors who seek to destroy the primordial current believe that no one should harness its power. Halitis believes the current should not be destroyed, but rather shared with the world. Zio aims to understand the primordial current. It is during these times that Zio learns Isterus's goal of vengeance against Sunwall, wanting the current for himself. Zio severed his warlock pact with Isterus, unwilling to follow the morals of an entity that seeks retribution and destruction. After the severing of this pact, Zio, in their weakened state, fell victim to necrotic energies that, without the strength provided by Isterus, killed them outright. Thankfully, Zio was revived by the party's healer Echinacea. Despite this setback, Zio has managed to obtain 2 more primordial current orbs from under the noses of Wit and Alma. Following Zio's death and resurrection, Helidas awakened Zio's primordial soul powers, revealing them to be a descendant of Vacron heritage and a sorcerer by birthright. After learning that his body could only absorb a set number of orbs before absorbing him into the primordial current, Zio grappled with their desire to continue collecting this power. In order to convince Coletra and Glacia not to destroy the current, they initially believed they would need every boon they could get. However, over the course of a conversation with Ishror, a silver dragon and Lazuli's adoptive father, Zio found themselves rejecting their impulse to consume any more primordial current orbs. Upon meeting the spirit caller Isandro, Zio found himself drawn to the practice of communing with the Amine spirits of Ayosha, and drawn to the practitioner himself. Throughout their travels, Zio has begun to train as a spirit caller in their own right, navigating an uneasy alliance with Wit, a deepening of animosity with Alma, and a newfound connection to the natural world. Zio travels the corners of Tolesh with his fated companions, seeking an understanding of the current, its place in the balance, and any thread that will allow him to heal the pain the primordial current has caused.
they can see and hear you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. So, we are going to follow as Lucian, Kalen, and Co. head to the tunnels. So, it's just, of the party, it's just Echinacea heading down, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that goes pretty smoothly. Heading down into the tunnels, there's a meeting where Lucian obviously thanks everybody organizationally who has taken part. So Viper's Hand, Thortel Guild, the Lore Keep. Uramil is not present for that, but Lucian's pretty sure that this man does not want money. So he is offering he's offering the Viper's Hand, as he spoke before, about a stronghold in Iyo Thalor, as well as a healthy payment, which kind of heads to the realms of about 25,000 gold pieces. And Christopher Elmsong for the Thortel takes no reward, but he does, wish to remain within the city to keep his work, to keep the Thortel's work going. But I imagine, Echinacea, are you broaching what was said in private about the Major Arcana, the Mage's Arcana mirror, as well?
They were sort of planning on doing that afterwards with
Perfect.
like Monroe and Richter, but I will say here that Heinrich has brought up before the fact that the Viper's Hand have not been recognized.
Correct.
So Echinacea pulls him aside. Now, I understand that it might be difficult for someone working in espionage to find a way to be recognized in a manner that isn't a danger to them.
That's very true. The secrecy is kind of like my shield. It's all of our shield.
Yes. However, it is a sticking point with the Viper's Hand that they were not recognized for their work during the Scale Scourge.
Yes, it would be hypocritical. Best not to accept such honor.
That is not what I am suggesting. I am not saying that in order to not be a hypocrite, you must accept something that will get you killed. I am asking what you would like. How you wish to be recognized while maintaining your safety.
I want to work more with the city. So if they have needs, Lord Whitmore can come to us first. If they're a bit more on the down low, closer to what we've done.
Would you be interested in being retained by Lord Whitmore?
Absolutely.
Receiving a stipend? Consistent payment?
Sounds like money to me. Yes.
It is money.
Absolutely. I think that would be... that would be just what we need. Something consistent.
And, yes. Do you have any connections to Drifton?
We have vassals in Drifton, but we've done work for, well, Sunwall Academy. We've done work for the group of theaters there. We've done some Preservium work. But if we did...
Is there a premium for your silence?
Yes. Kind of large smile on the face. Well, we'll double the initial payment for the work done here, and we can make this an exclusive relationship.
Let me put it this way. If anyone approaches you with a better offer, you come to me first and I will match it.
That's a deal. What's a hand out to shake?
Echinacea shakes it.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. You will tell no one of what we have done here, unless it is approved by Lord Whitmore.
Not sure what I know. I'm not sure I know what you speak of.
Thank you very much.
For what? I haven't done anything.
Would you be kind enough, in the event that such offers arise, would you be kind enough to tell me who makes them?
With what you're promising, and the good faith you've already garnered, yes.
Insight check.
Please.
I have saved all of my inspirations because I'm bad at this. Bad. 22.
Nothing rings dishonest here. Between the first engagement of Illenbell and now, there's been a lot of ground covered between you specifically and Henrik. You and your companions have only proven good on their word. So you have garnered, beyond the money, you have garnered that level of trust with Henrik. So he's willing to bat for you, especially with the Viper's Hand.
Okay.
Okay. That deal is struck, and the Viper's Hand is now, for the time being, first come for Lord Lucian Whitmore, and any deals that would come in with them go through Lucian and Echinacea's initial points of contact if they're met with any counteroffers. The Lore Keep doesn't ask for anything. The only thing that they broach is they don't ask for anything monetarily, but they do ask for an ambassadorship within the city itself. So being able to have some sort of governmental power and say in what Lucian does as Lord in the realms of education and information.
Be more specific.
Rivet sort of, well, I would like to build another school, and I would like to make education public for those here within the city. And I would like to strip any sort of privacy that the Lore Keep has now. Make it open to everyone.
Echinacea beams at Lucian.
Lucian immediately, it is granted. He looks down, smiles. One step forward.
One step forward.
Evelyn, who is at this meeting, with the amount of factions at play here, I would like to be assigned Spy Master.
Really fast. Echinacea did not tell her about the Magus Arcanum. I just want to
Correct.
make sure that that's clear.
Yep.
Okay.
Hags.
What does Lucian seem to think of that?
He's confused as well. He. What factions do you mean, Evelyn? Well, there are hags, political machinations, your sister, of course, The Ebony, which are agents of Drifton. We do not know their involvement. Fae, we saw the entity outside of the city.
We invited them.
The people of the city should know that. At least those who wish to protect it.
Bit of an odd spy master. I think you might misunderstand the term spy. If you're interested in sharing that information among the people of Iyo Thalor.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I am misunderstanding what I asked for. I will speak to Lord Lucian Whitmore in private. Lucian just sort of... we'll see if we can find the time, but I would very much also like to understand what you mean. Now is not the time, though. And with that, the meeting has thus concluded. There is any terms other than the odd request of Evelyn have been met. And Kaylin approaches just to say, Christopher wants to have a word, but I will meet you at the Whitmore estate where I imagine you're going to go for training.
I'm going to go get my butt kicked.
I will be there to save your butt sooner than later.
I think my butt needs a good cooking, but yes, please join.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you. Good luck. I'll see you soon.
As they are walking out, they look at Lucian. So Evelyn's vibe was weird, yes?
Very much so. Yes, odd. And we will transition over to Lazuli and Zio.
I think Lazuli has to spend an hour or two more just helping make the tokens and having Zio help back at the abode. And I'm not sure if anyone else is lingering. Or like, is the abode to ourselves, or is there anyone else hanging out with us?
I'd say you guys are pretty set. Nobody else really at the estate or at the abode right now.
Okay.
Casimir's there,
so,
but he, if it's desired, he's giving the space.
Yeah. So I think they'll either have moved to one of their rooms, or, Casimir's doing his own thing. And as they're working, Lazuli will let time pass and add an appropriate amount of quiet. If Zio doesn't bring anything else up, she'll say, I was journaling this morning, trying to recount everything that happened yesterday. You never did tell me what happened with Olma. How did you get away? How did you survive? Last time we've met her, ran into her in any encounter, last time I died. Or nearly, if not for Richter. What happened?
Zio up to this point, Zio has been very the best way to describe it is docile. They've been essentially doing anything that Lazuli asks them to do, and almost following Lazuli like a puppy around their little like crafting area, or like holding onto things whenever Lazuli asks them to, and never questioning anything and just going along with it, because it keeps their mind focused on that. And then the moment that you ask the question and bring up Alma, you see sort of like this sort of blink almost into like they're coming back into the space without realizing how long it's been of them just following you around doing as you're asking. She wanted to talk. She actually revealed to me that she inherited a pact or a curse from her father. A curse provided by Viola.
I see.
I heard her out. She explained a lot of things to me about what she's been up to and why. And the reason why she brought me there was to... And here is that moment where they're not going to provide the whole truth. Asked me to help with taking care of Viola, and she would let Lila go.
Can I ask for a deception check for that?
If you don't think Lazuli believes that off cuff, absolutely.
She knows Alma, and if it was that simple...
That really true.
Go ahead and give me a deception check, Angie.
I think more than anyone, Lazuli would know that Alma's not the type of bitch to ask for help.
So go ahead, roll a deception check, Zio. Lazuli, go ahead and roll an insight check.
I got a 10.
I got a not natural 20.
Obviously, Zio has a lot of conflicted feelings. It's clear that something is wrong, but you do not see any deception at this point, Lazuli.
Got it. So she's come around. And now she's free? Have you heard?
I don't know, but there were some additional terms that I asked her to agree on. So I think she just threatened Lila to get me in the room with her. So I asked her that we're already taking care of it, but if we do, if I could please get an audience with Glacia and Kalatra. And also if we could get assistance with Isterus.
Have you told the others yet?
Whistle knows. I haven't really had a chance to speak to Echinacea.
They've been quite busy.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't seem all right. Is there anything I can do?
No, Lazuli. But hey, I'm happy about you not being stuck with that pact. I'm really proud of you. You're doing amazing.
Very much. And you're doing amazing helping me with these tokens. for these times. Are you ready to go to the orchard?
Yeah.
Right. Well, Lazuli packs up and, puts on her cloak, straightens the hat, packs a snack.
While they're walking, I think Zio asks, like, what does it feel like? The change.
Lazuli walks slower and puts her hand to her heart. It's like I have hope. I just felt like there was always something around the corner, always an eye on me. But now I feel like my eyes are more toward my own future and truly my own capabilities about what I can do and not how I can be used. And it's palpable. There's still so much unknown. And I don't know what these changes mean for me, but I do feel like I'm equipped to figure it out.
Have you spoken with Shar at all?
During the fight with Helen, I felt her presence, her protection, but not since. I think I might tonight. There's work to do today. What about you and Isterus is the initial one. There's also you have
Halitis.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Have you spoken with Halitis?
He was not doing all that great yesterday. After he came to me, I could see it, I could feel it. So I think I'm gonna give him time. Maybe he'll come to me. I don't know.
Like at this point, we're starting to get right into nature. We're out of the city. We're starting to walk. Maybe just past a stone fence. And the trees are kind of enveloping us. And Lazuli looks around and says, perhaps a change of scenery also might help. He is not a being of stone and city. Isn't he nature? Earth? Maybe
Yeah.
if you connect with that, maybe it'll be a little easier.
Maybe. I do have a lot of questions to ask him. I feel like when I asked for his help last time, we were kind of in a life or death situation. Trying to get to you. And
Right.
I want him to rest and I want him to be strong and feel confident to be able to speak to me. And I don't want to force it.
We can
I feel
find
like
something to-
I just feel like I've been forcing a lot of things lately.
Like what?
It's hard to explain. I think I've been trying to find best ways that I can help. Forcing myself to help. In the end, it doesn't feel like it's helping much.
Forcing yourself to help. That it feels as though there's something that you need first. You cannot assist other people if your needs aren't being met. What do you need, Zio?
I don't have any needs right now.
Inside check. Hands on
you're gonna roll that with the statement. I don't have any needs right now. You're gonna roll with disadvantage, please.
God,
That's a
yeah.
26. Literally,
Damn.
like puts her knees like her both hit like fists on her hips, like, and she's just like honestly like the hat is like.
Yeah, no, that was a 20.
So, Zio, what does Lazuli get on a 26?
Hesitation. I think what Lazuli sees in Zio is just a blank stare. There's that there is a light that Lazuli would have known and picked up on in a different with different context in that statement. And when Zio says it this time, there is a blankness to the statement. That really is it.
I understand not knowing what you need. If that truly is the case, you can know something's wrong, but it's not simple. If you do know, clearly, please promise me, tell me. She holds out a pinky. No pact, just a promise. Even if it's something I can't fulfill.
There's hesitation there. Once again. And Zio looks at the pinky and then looks back up at Lazuli. I don't want to make a promise when I don't know what the stakes are.
Well, I never made you promise protect me, because I know battlefields are crazy and we can't always be in every place at once. But I am your friend, and the stakes are, if I can help, I want to know if I can help, or share a burden. If that's not what's helpful for you, we can help this orchard, but...
Zio's going to, rather than take the pinky, they're going to wrap their hand around your hand.
Yeah.
They're not going to take the pinky, they're just going to wrap their hand around yours, pull you in close, and give you a kiss on the forehead. And then is going to press their forehead against yours. I don't know what's wrong. I can't communicate it with you. There's things that are going to happen. I know that. And right now, I can't trust myself to say everything. So just trust me. Maybe that's what I need.
Lazuli's brow furrows. She knows that she can cast Zone of Truth. And it is really hard for her, and Zio can see that she is in an utter turmoil, wanting deeply to press forward. Like, there is determination and frustration in her eyes that you're asking her to trust you, withholding knowledge that is making you this much of a wreck. If our roles were reversed, what would you do? What would you say? You have knowledge that I don't? I want to trust you, Zio. I just want to take care of you.
You have. All of you have. Plenty, over and over and over again. Let's go help this orchard. Let's go do something. Work to be done.
Squeezes his hand, but reiterates that she does want him to think about what if the roles were reversed. What would he do? And moves on.
Okay. The two of you go about tending to this patch of land. Lazuli, you plant your charms in this earth that has met so much undeath, and you see as your what was once sickly, sort of dark magic sort of begins to lift up in this periwinkle starlight as the land begins to patch itself together, and the death and the unholy residue that has been present begins to wash away, begins to bear literal fruit, as you see apple trees beginning to blossom here at supernatural speed, given your charms and your magic tied to the ith. Zio, you see an array of stone amine sort of overturned on their back, almost looking like armadillos who are not able to sort of correct themselves. They have been forcefully unearthed and meant to bear witness to this great horror, Ithos being unleashed, the spirits of undead knights being washed across their land. In times of deep reflection, they have been forced to bear witness to deep tragedy. And you go about communing with them, tending to their needs, placing them where they're meant to be, and making sure that they're comfortable.
Like moving them over.
Yeah, truly,
one.
literally just picking up a turtle, popping it on its legs. Exactly what you're doing. Both of you go ahead and take an inspiration point for that scene. Masterfully done to the both of you. And as you guys spend a good amount of time sort of tending to the natural world outside of the city, we will transition over to the Whitmore estate, to the barracks, where standing in a line behind you, Whistle, is Richter, is Reeves, is Monroe, eager and giddy and just sort of like excitedly hopping up and down, ready to fight someone. You're standing there with these three individuals, these three fellow soldiers you've come to understand pretty well at this point. And you see in front of you what is an array of... In times of war, people become soldiers out of fear. People become soldiers out of patriotism. People become soldiers out of a desire to do something when once they felt they could do nothing. You see, the oldest is an elven man who looks like he's in his 60s or 70s, so you imagine he is well beyond that in centuries. The youngest you see is 18, a fresh 18 dwarven woman who's just standing there, stalwart and ready to learn. You see these array of faces. Some of the younger individuals of the estate are just sort of moving snow from the training grounds so that you have the space to train the next bit of Ducal Guard. How are you approaching this?
They're all gathered there already, right? So they're all kind of like formed up a little bit loosely, maybe.
What was that?
They're all pretty much like formed up in like. How many are there, would you say? Like just a rough estimate.
In front of you, probably about 20 individuals.
Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. Whistle's going to kind of just walk down the line and just take them all in one at a time, and then move back to the others, kind of seeing the wide array and seeing that some of these guys may not be prepared for the battle, but that they're here to become protectors of the city. Whistle is going to come back to the group and go,
well, at least they showed up.
And
Reeves just sort of, and they showed up indeed. Well, it's time to put them to work.
Whistle's going to move over to like a armor rack or something, take the cloak off, so he's just in the armor. And he walks back over. He's kind of gives Nikolai a swish, and as Nikolai swishes through the air and kind of cuts the air, there's that little like metallic ring to it. You kind of call their attention towards him. And Whistle's going to place Nikolai to kind of just hover next to him and look over the 20 individuals and say,
I don't know you. You don't know me. I don't know your city. But I know the battlefield. That's what I call home. And yesterday, I felt very welcome here. I've killed a lot more people than are gathered here before me today. I've seen far too many people die. I've seen the last battlefield. And I know what awaits every one of you. I'm not trying to impress you. I'm not trying to scare you. I need you to trust me. I need you to trust that I have some authority on the subject of life and death. Right now, you look just like so many soldiers I've beaten before. Maybe you think you know how to fight, but that's just a lie you've told yourself. I know this because I told myself the same lie once. But I've learned a better way.
Whistle's going to walk down the line.
I'm not here to teach you how to slay your enemies. I'm not even here to teach you to protect yourself. If you want to know how to be safe, then I've got one piece of advice for you. Retire now. Staying on the sidelines is the only way you won't get hurt. I'm here to teach you how to protect your city. And the people next to you.
He's going to move back up next to Nikolai and swing forward the shield.
This was once held in Mourns. I imagine you know her, if not by reputation alone. It was relieved of her service when it relieved her shoulders of its burden.
Damn.
Hang up your swords. Pick up your shields.
You see as about 16 of those individuals head to the training equipment and pick up shields. The remaining 4 begin to pack their things. Very, very sobered by your speech. You, first off, inspiration point. Secondly, you're a soldier who's trained a regiment before. It becomes very clear that you have an array of individuals who have not experienced what you have experienced, but they are called to your leadership. The words you're speaking are resonating to their hearts. So those 16 who stand strong grab their shields and stand ready. And Reeves just goes, he kind of leans down. Well and truly couldn't have said it better myself. Richter goes, holy shit. Monroe goes, do we get to hit them now?
Whistle smiles at Monroe.
Groups of 4.
Understood.
And then the 4 of us will just begin beating up a bunch of NPCs. Unarmed NPCs.
Okay, so we move in, and how are you tackling that first group of 4?
I think for Whistle's group of 4, he is going to have Nikolai come out. I think Whistle is going to use, this is as much an opportunity for Whistle to practice as well too, right?
Yeah.
So as he's kind of moving through, dancing with Nikolai in the Mind Palace, he's absent-mindedly, he doesn't even really see the faces of the soldiers he's training right now, the guard members that he's training. He just kind of knows where they are in space as he's talking to them, but inside he's dancing with Nikolai. And he's moving through and shifting Nikolai from different shapes, from like halberds, swords, all sorts. A little bit hypocritical, but attacking exposed individuals. But if they hold up their own shield, Whistle's just going to hit them harder.
Yeah.
And he's going to turn to the person that was nearest and say,
that was your job. Protect the person next to you.
And swing at them again.
You see, as your arm, what shape is Nikolai in right now?
Hammer.
You see as this Divanthier hammer, as it's moving through the air, it's kind of giving off this this resonant energy as it's slamming down. You're about to barrel into that elderly elven man, but quickly a shield moves up and hits the back as a younger tiefling woman just, I have your rear. Move the opposite side. And
Whistle smiles.
Yeah, you're beginning to sort of barrel in, but you're seeing over the course of like an hour as your particular group of 4 are beginning to move in swiftly and sort of block each other when in need, and then they start to get confident. As the shield goes up, a scorching ray is blast underneath the shield to push forward at you and push you back. You see a training dagger move backward toward the bottom of your leg. You easily move, but you can see that they're picking up what you're putting down here. You see off in one corner, Monroe is in his full artificer armor.
I feel bad for these guys.
Non-lethal bullets and a construct opposite them. He says, come on, they are going to be relentless. You need to be relentless. Expect anything, or you'll be waiting for your train to the great beyond. I promise you that. And he's sort of barreling in, and you can see them sort of having similar moments where the construct is barreling down and all 4 of them together sort of bash their shield and manage to push it upright. And he says, good, now, harder. and he begins to shoot as, you know, they start kind of picking up the pace. Richter is a bit more uniform. Richter is a bit more refined, so he has them training in formations. He's kind of looking between you, Reeves, and Monroe, just like, you fucking psychos. You people are absolutely fucking insane. He's quite literally moving them through the motions of rotations and like basics. And there you can see that these four with them are just like, thank God we're with this guy. Thank fucking Christ we're with him. Because he's just like,
oh, hang on. The second if Whistle clocks that shit, he's gonna say,
rotate.
no. And you see as your group begin to move forward toward Richter, Monroe's group begins to move toward you. Richter's moves to Reeves, and then Reeves moves to Monroe. And you see as Reeves is just fresh meat as he unlinks his arm and begins to like just barrage them from all sides. And you begin to train. What I will say here, give me a training check. So what you're going to do is give me a D20 roll, add your athletics or acrobatics, as well as your intelligence modifier.
Okay. Guys, I don't use inspirations anymore, so this is going to be what it is.
That shit's not consistent, David. It's not a lasting house rule.
Is it not?
All right, it's a lasting house rule.
All right. No, it's a 5 on the dice, but
Damn.
athletics is a 7. And then you said intelligence.
The intelligence modifier,
which is a +3 for 10, so 15 total.
Okay, I mean 15 is not bad. It for a first day of training, you're finding that as you're rotating, individuals are coming pretty. They're learning pretty quickly. There's a lot of work to do, but you can see them falling into rhythm easier than you anticipated. And you kind of spend the next couple hours doing that as you hear the gates open up to see Kaelin and Echinacea walking arm in arm into the battlefield.
Oh. Echinacea runs over and looks at everyone with shields. I don't have one of those, and they run over to like where like the armament is, and they pick up a shield.
Mm-hmm.
Do we wait?
Kaelin takes his shield. Maybe we join another formation. It's up to the commander.
I think Whistle kind of, as you guys kind of come in, Whistle kind of smiles to himself because he knew you guys were coming for training. Yeah. So as Echinacea starts asking, do we wait? Whistle's going to twist Nikolai into a spear and throw Nikolai at Kaelin.
Echinacea sprints in front of Kaelin.
Roll me an attack roll, David.
You got it.
And Echinacea, add a +2 to your AC with a shield. Since these are training shields, actually, since it's a training shield, add 1 to your AC. And that way, that kind of counteracts. Like, these are for training. You don't have to be proficient, right? Add 0.5 to your AC.
Add 0.5. I rolled a 20.3.
A 23.
No, I rolled a 25. Really, 12 plus 13. I'm not great at weapon
you dodge in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Does that hit?
That hits.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it hits the shield and just sort of pushes you back, as you can feel on your arm. It sort of pierces through the sort of dummy leather of the shield.
Echinacea picks it up and throws it back at Whistle. I don't know what they're doing, but they try.
Give me an attack roll.
Oh my god. Should I use the Geisterklinge? I have a +5, you guys.
Yeah,
I am not good at weapons.
Go with the Geisterklinge.
That's why we're here.
12.
Whistle, for flavor, as Nikolai is kind of thrown back to Whistle. Whistle knows that there's somebody coming up behind him, and he's just going to kind of lean and let Nikolai hit that guy.
Yeah, the Nikolai goes toward Echinacea. You see, as it starts out a pretty good shot, Nikolai flips midair to the blunt end and just completely domes this guy, who goes unconscious. Just
I shot.
I feel so bad, that poor person.
That's not your fault.
And Whistle's gonna point to whoever was like next to that guy and point at that person and go,
It was yours.
He goes, understood, sir. And picks him up and starts like standing up. And the guy's like, I'm good. All right. So Whistle and Echinacea, paint me a picture of how this training looks. And obviously feel free to incorporate the NPCs and all of that.
I think as like just after that kind of happens, Whistle like grabs Nikolai out of the air, who was just kind of floating after he hit the dude. Looks to Echinacea and Kaelin.
You get the idea?
Protect each other.
Yes, nailed it.
And I don't think Whistle would say nailed it. But yeah, then Whistle is going to say,
You're with these. You're with this group.
And
whose regiment are you sending Echinacea to, and whose regiment are you sending Kaelin to?
I was going to keep them together because they're going to be battling together.
Great. Okay, so
in Whistle's mind, wants them to like practice and train together.
Makes sense. So, but who are you? Are you sticking with them, or are you sending them to one of the others?
I'll start off with them, and then we'll we'll call rotates and stuff like that as we go.
All right.
I think what's very clear to you immediately, Whistle, is that Echinacea has no idea how to hold a weapon. They have some train. They eventually, when they pull out their second thought, their little dagger, they have more training. You and Lucian and Kaelin have taught them a bit, but it becomes very clear that this dagger isn't going anywhere near anything vital. There is zero of that intent, and so you see Echinacea looking at their shield as you train and realizing that they're not going to have one of these in combat either. And so you see Echinacea not turn to magic, but rather starting to try to be wilier than you, to like trip you and get you off your balance as they start to sort of figure out what they might actually be able to utilize if, say, they were trapped in an anti-magic cell.
Yeah. I think as Echinacea is kind of making the attack, kind of trying to be wildly, Whistle will say,
Good work. You understand your weakness, and you're trying to turn what you have to your advantage.
There will be days where we have nothing. And then Echinacea, as you try to attack someone, tries to trip you. I imagine it probably doesn't work, but you see them trying.
Yeah. Whistle's going to kind of jump in the air, kind of do like a side twist, and it just jumps over both the attacks that are coming. Land, spin Nikolai to push the one person away. Move in, kind of help Echinacea up a little bit. You've got Geistiklinga maybe? Do you still have Geistikling in your hand?
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, their little knife.
Whistle's going to kind of hold the elbow and your wrist and say,
Keeping your eye on your target is the first step. The next step is being comfortable. You're a doctor. If you're too tense, you'll slow yourself down. You need to relax. Let your arm just move through the air as an extension.
Okay. And they drop the hand that you're holding so that the dagger falls into their other hand, and they just pop you on the shin with it.
Oh, nice.
Give me an attack roll with advantage.
I don't mind it. I'd say it. I didn't find
it hits. Okay.
Yeah.
Echinacea, you successfully stab Whistle.
No, with the they hit him with the blunt end,
pommel.
with the pommel.
You connect.
Yeah. All right.
Nice, just like that.
And then Whistle's going to point over to Monroe and say,
That's your next target. Rotate.
Okay.
Okay.
You move in to see Monroe completely in his regale with a construct summon. You and Kaelin move in, and he just says, Good day to train.
Very good day.
All right. Show me what you have. And you see as he sidesteps as the construct begins to move down, slamming a fist toward you, Kaelin, and the others in your regiment.
And Echinacea just tries to shove the others out of the way.
Okay. So your whole attempt is to move the others.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You begin to, and you start pushing about 3 of them out. You kind of shove them with your body, have the shield up, and you see as Kaelin comes down over you with his shield and just sort of poof, tries his best to bash, but he is knocked back, as obviously the full group's effort was not on blocking the attack. He sort of takes a hand on your back. Unified defense, my love. All of us have to work as a whole.
Okay.
I think Whistle's going to leave Nikolai kind of in autonomous weapon form, and just to handle the trainees and start kind of walking the field and seeing that display between Echinacea, Kaelin, and the construct. Whistle will shout out,
You all have to work together, protect each other.
Echinacea will just continue harrying this, and they're very explicitly not using magic. And Whistle, I think you and Monroe can hear them just muttering under their breath as they're like running around the legs of this construct. They can pull magic from the air. They can pull magic from the air. And they just try to, like, they get behind the shin and like push it forward, and then call to the others, knock it off balance, as they like trip it with their body.
Yeah, you see
this little fella.
Yeah, you see as the other 5 run up and just slam into the side, and you hear as Monroe says, "Good. Focus on what you can control. Focus on what's taken away from you, and use that as motivation." He's looking at you very clearly, Echinacea. They can pull it from the air. They won't expect us to strike anyways.
And I think Echinacea ends up viewing their training by the end of this as a little bit of a failure, as every time they go to strike someone with second thought, they end up just switching it and hitting with the pommel.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But you end up making strikes, and obviously that is understandable. But the remaining of the training goes on, as over the course of time you are eventually switched to Reeves, who I imagine you keep the same modus operandi, moving people off target and then hitting with the pommel.
And keeping them, they do change their tactics. They are aware of his reach, and they use that to their advantage, keeping people out of it or getting them in too close for his glaive to be effective. Yeah.
You all kind of rush in Spartan style and just sort of like close off the reach as Reeves says, you know my tricks. You're doing quite well.
Thank you so much. Echinacea's panicked and holding on to the end of his glaive behind it.
Yeah. And while holding his glaive, the others do the same maneuver as was done with the construct, and Reeves is knocked off his footing. And just as nicely done, you move over to Richter, who is like, we're just going to do normal formations. Like, kind of like a count, like, we're just doing okay.
Oh, Richter.
This is ridiculous. This is insane. And he's just like, okay, you want to hold the weapon like this, and to become more comfortable. Yeah. So
that's embarrassing.
No. We're all learning. There's nothing embarrassing in learning. You take your hand toward the top, one toward the bottom. You move in swiftly. You want to put your shoulders down a bit more. You want to take a deep breath and exhale as you strike. That is way too deep a breath. That is way too deep a breath. You're going to be winded before you even make a connection.
A semi-deep breath.
And he puts a shield in front. Strike me.
Echinacea, like, the panic of, like, it's a really big shield, and I know you can move fast, and also you're a very big man. And they aim for his leg.
Okay. You see as Richter's like, all right, I said very clearly, strike me. Ah! Oh, okay. Effective maneuver. All right, good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And over the course of the next hour or so, training kind of wraps up. And it is you lot and the NPCs there.
I think as everybody kind of, when Whistle finally calls,
All right, that's enough for today.
imagine everybody just kind of like drenched in sweat after running around the battlefield.
See you all tomorrow morning before the sun rises.
Echinacea kind of scampers up to Whistle, but they still have a little bit of salute. They're like, Whistle's in charge, but I want to talk to Whistle. I don't know what to do about it.
As you're coming up,
At ease, Doctor.
Thank you. I heard a lot of talk about your speech.
I didn't mean it to be a speech. Just, wanted to make sure that they understood that I have their best interest at heart.
I can't speak for everyone, but I don't think there's any doubt.
as they're kind of marching off, Whistle will say,
There's only so much I can do for them, though. If our enemy can wield magic, as I believe I understand they can, we've got a long way to go.
Miles to go. I'm in a bit of a bind, Whistle.
What's that?
I want to learn not to need magic to stay safe. Because they have the tools to take it away, but I also need to be as capable as possible, and it is in the weave where I thrive. What do I do? Bork.
Bork. He kind of looks quizzically at you. Oh,
We've... That's what we're doing. This exercise today, it's meant to remind us that the things we told ourselves are our greatest strengths, the weapons that we rely on.
and he like pointedly doesn't look at Nikolai.
That's not our strength. Our strength is in each other. So even if I don't have a sword, or you don't have your magic, we're not alone. And that's how we fight back.
You watch the remnants of nightmares in the doctor's eyes grow a little dimmer as they grow a little brighter, the light. We are each other's strength. How can I be your strength? What do you need, Whistle?
Whistle chuckles, which is a bit of an odd thing because Whistle doesn't laugh a lot.
Sorry. It's amusing that you would ask me. Or, I suppose, ironic would be the term.
Why?
Because the way protecting each other, learning the value of protecting the person next to you, that was something I only picked up after meeting you and the rest of the Fated.
Well, you took to it like a fish to water, like a sword to the stone.
I think we live in a better world if more swords were in stones.
Heirloom bangers!
Think perhaps you're right. That vision you had, that place, the Maiden of Blades. Do you think perhaps hers is a path to peace?
I'm not sure. But if it's, and I don't know much about the prophecy or the Maiden of Blades, but what I do know is that if their path is one that requires Nikolai not to be in his body, then is not the path I'm going to walk.
Well, I'm walking your path with you, so it won't be mine either if they require that. Speaking of which, you've spent a lot of time today taking care of other people, being their strength. You know, there are people in this city who might have some answers for you and Nikolai.
Yes, I was hoping to track those people down once things are settled. Do you have an idea of anyone in particular?
Well, I do know where Lila Alcott lives. I don't know where that gentleman from the brand lives.
Frankfurt.
Frankfurt. I knew it was a city name. Frankfurt. And then Primrose and Harrioten. I believe I know where they are located as well.
It's quite a decent list of people that could possibly be informative. I'm looking forward to checking on them. The enemy that we face, the Mage's Arcanum. What about them? Is there anyone in town that might know more about their tactics or how they might strike at us?
Echinacea looks over at Richter and Monroe and Reeves.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, we have great resources here, and I have the means of learning more if you are interested.
I'm interested.
And kind of leans into Echinacea a little bit.
I'm also quite worried about the Iron Legionnaires not far from here.
That is worrisome.
The city has some ability to defend itself from dragons, but maybe not with dragon in escort with an army.
Yes. Yes, we will need to find a way to defend against them. Maybe we could talk to Zio about Iolus? About what has been implemented in the Scorched Isles?
I think Whistle kind of like traces a scar that's like underneath like the collarbone.
Yeah.
Some of those tactics too.
Those are definitely effective. Oh. Sorry.
I'd be curious to learn how some of those work, actually.
I will say, as you guys are having this conversation, the boys,
Mhm.
the boy squad,
Boys.
Monroe's
What up, boys?
Monroe's got an arm around Richter. He's pulled in Kalen. He's like, "Oh, that was so fun, wasn't it? That was really great. We should all get a drink. We should all absolutely get a drink. You guys want to get a drink? It's been a long day because you guys have been here for probably the last 5 hours. So it's getting late into the day here. Hey, first day of training. It's the first step in a long journey, but first steps are important. We should celebrate, huh?
First steps are important. I'll come with.
I'll come with as well. Perhaps as we travel, we could discuss some things. And Echinacea starts casting telepathic bond.
Okay,
Just,
perfect.
Ritually.
Yeah.
In our brains. Where we can't be the same.
Perfect. Okay.
We're gonna all be in the tavern just staring at each other.
Yeah, pretty much. As I say, we'll put a close to this scene for now, and let's open up the floor to some montage-y stuff. I'll give
Montage.
Angie and Lou kind of first dibs here. Any montage-y stuff you guys want to get up to, goals you want to cross off, complete. I'm gonna say that this can span over the course of the rest of the week. So this will end. I won't give you a date right now, but we'll just say that this is the rest of the week. So, you guys can kind of begin longer term goals, complete more than a few short term goals. It's up to you guys.
Lou, do you have any ideas that you wanted to complete?
Yeah, I would say that Lazuli spends time with her parents, some one-on-one time, maybe individually or together, just connecting, helping Lapis make something that's protective, maybe scouting around and, just chatting with Aura, talking with Ishror, eventually some information gathering about the Dragon Tribunal, but we can put a pin in that if that's a bigger conversation.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely something I'd want to revisit. But yeah, the big focus of this week being spending time with your parents. You and Lapis spend a lot of time replenishing the mana shields, and also replenishing. I mean, that Aether core is really got some legs. So you guys are really able to use that to sort of replenish some of the technology you have. And same with the amulets of heal. So all of those in your guys' inventory, you can re-up. So those are reactivated. Lapis he does express a lot of gratitude to you and a lot of appreciation that you're okay, and that there's a lot of doting approval of the path that you're on now. But you can tell within him that there is a yearning for more time. You and Lapis specifically are falling into a lot of domestic family things that you guys haven't been able to do, just by nature of being on the road, having so much to do. And there is one moment, I'd say it's late in the night after a bunch of work. He's kind of doing maintenance on the Aster staff, and he's kind of, I wish we didn't have to leave.
God, there's that feeling that there's on to the next. But there is no place for us really to go. Truly, we're still making our home. I mean, we met in Norfolk, but how long had you been there?
As long as you'd been with Ishror.
Did that feel like home?
No. I have talked to your mother. about going to our home in the Feywild.
What did she say? How is it possible?
Given her ability as a wave chaser, she can get between the planes fairly easily. It's actually one of the benefits of those loud and obnoxious boards she rides. He laughs, knows he's being a bit teasing. You can see that Lapis has very much softened to aura. And you can see the kindling of feelings there. She wants to go. And I believe I do too. And you have a father in Ishror. He is welcome.
A lot to think about. Feels like everyone's torn in so many directions, but I'm still finding where I'm being pulled, and home does sound nice. And I could learn more about the wellspring, the quartz.
There will always be the next thing to do.
Right.
That won't go away if you decide to spend time stationary.
I really look out the window, and I feel like that would be good.
Okay. Yeah, and I'll just say, you and Aura do spend that time sort of scouting around the city, notating any sort of parts of the city walls that may need defense, spots where the Ebony kind of made their way in, and you kind of mark those and just say report that back to Lucian if need be. You and Ishror connect, and I imagine that conversation with Lapis is broached. He is willing, and he does say that it may be wise to speak about the Draconic Tribunal there, outside of the material plane, and somewhere where prying eyes are not will not be able to easily find you all.
Okay.
But okay, very nice. We will wrap up your montage there. Zio Marino.
Yeah, so I think Zio, well, for the next week, since they had already discussed it,
Yep.
Zio is going to work on spirit color training.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit awkward, of course, considering how things were left off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Zio has also returned to the humble abode now that it's up. So throughout the week, folks have seen Zio very sporadically. When they are not doing spirit color training, I think they are holing up in their room. But for right now, I think, spirit color training. Essentially just approaching Isandro. They are trying their best to approach him as just a teacher and just a mentor. But Zio's doing a very poor job of not getting distracted. Also,
Yeah.
I think they struggle, especially at the beginning. Yeah, it's hard to say.
Over the course of the week of training, their feelings become a bit more complicated. Isandra is noting the distance, but also your desire to be close. He is getting a lot of mixed messages. and I think Zio is pretty aware of that. But as you said, they want to learn, but they also want to be close, but then they want to protect him from, all of the shit that they want to do. And I think that leads to a lot more quiet and hands-on training. So the group of you move about the city, and particularly in the hospital, there are Amine that are sort of pooling around. You see flame Amine in the torchlight. You see flower Amine sort of wilting as their hands sort of trace the petals, as the pain that's present. It's all consolidated into one space. And that, kind of creates the opportunity where I imagine alongside other healers like Kaelin and Echinacea, who probably spent some time in the week over at the hospital, if that's accurate. Isandro recommends like going in and tending to the people, and then, those negative emotions that are sort of festering, kind of giving the Amine the chance to breathe and giving them the chance to sort of soak up life more than pain. So you all move about, and you're both tending to an individual that actually came out of the heart, who is kind of racked in this slumber. And Isandro just sort of looks. How do you feel the training is going?
Good, I hope. I mean, I don't know if I'm doing any good. I hope I am.
I think you're doing well.
Yeah. You're a good teacher, so. So he came out of the heart. So then how does the Amine come into play with this then?
They feed off of his emotions. He's in pain. He is scared. So it is our responsibility, in order to make them comfortable, to make him feel comfortable. And doctors, including your friend, have done their work on him, but it is a long process.
There's a part of Zio that just sort of has sort of jittery, nervous energy.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of conversations about negative emotions.
Yeah.
And Zio is saying, I think I'm doing okay, but they don't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they look at this man. Is he awake, or is he...
He's in and out of consciousness.
In and out of consciousness? Okay. And I think they're going to try using a spell. And let me see. I wanted to use one of the spells related to the Spirit Caller.
Mm.
Let me double check my features. Where are you? Okay. I think they're going to, and this is, of course, all for like flavor.
Yeah.
But they are going to try and cast their Beacon of Hope.
Okay.
On this gentleman.
Yeah.
You never re-upped my thing.
Oh no, you're good. Okay. You cast Beacon of Hope, and you see that natural aura of healing begin to wash, and as the physical wounds of this man are, healing quicker,
mm-hmm.
You see that the flame Amine that are in their most content dancing around the wisp of flame, mm-hmm. but now they are so lethargic. The wind Amine that would move through the open space are grounded, as there's this weight here, and there's a point where you realize that has more to do with you and your doubt here than it does this man. Obviously, you know the Amine feed off of negative emotions, and there is a unfortunate honesty that is present when the Amine feed off of that, right? Zio can say, I'm good. The Amine know that's not true. They react to it in kind. And Isandro looks to you and just, what do you need?
Helping. This isn't helping.
You have
And I think Zio will walk out of the room just because they don't want to, like, it's building up and they don't want to do it in front of, like, this man who's, like, sleeping.
Absolutely. Isandro calls a nurse and just says, would you mind taking a look? Thank you. And he follows after you, and he just, Zio.
Yes.
Talk to me.
I'm not helping. This isn't good. It's not good. I can say that it's fine. You're doing a great job, but I'm not retaining any of it.
Because you're lying. It is not that you're not learning. It is that you are lying. To both me and yourself. The Amine are directly tied to an emotional plane. They know it. You're allowed to feel your feelings. That's why I ask what you need.
Fine, then I'll be honest. I don't feel good. I don't feel okay. If they feed off of this negative emotion, if that is what you're trying to teach me, then what is the point? What is the point of me doing this? What is the point of me learning this? What did you see in me?
I saw your passion.
And that's gone.
Because of Alma?
I feel like I'm making it worse. And yes, because of Alma, because of what I promised her.
If you don't want to do it, Zio, then don't.
I have to.
Why? Why?
Because if I don't, then she's right. If I don't, then Wit is right, and everyone who says that I'm selfish is right. And I want you, Isandro. I want you, but how is it fair for me to want something when I'm just going to leave you? In the end, I'm just going to leave. I'm not going to be here. And that man is laying in that bed in pain after everything he went through, and I can't help him. In the end, I'm not going to be able to help anybody.
Because you are not helping yourself. You are not allowing others to help you. Zio, you have been selfish. You don't have to adhere to this to be selfless. You've told me about these things that you've done. Is it easier to jump into the current, or is it easier to change? To run like you are trying to run from me.
don't know. I don't know, and I feel so lost. I said I would help. I said I would help Oma. And I want to help her. I want to help her, and I want to help Glacia, and I want to help Kalatra, and I want to help Elidas. And I want to heal Istrus, but I don't think I can. I'm not.
Why do you want to help them and not yourself?
Because I've hurt people.
We have all hurt people. I told you how I've hurt people.
Echinacea and Whistle kept working that night, and I could have helped, and I didn't.
You know them. I don't know them as well as you do, but I know that they did not and would not judge you for seeking rest when you need it.
There was work to be done.
There will always be work. There will always be work. Our lesson is done for the day. You have an assignment from me, and it is to rest.
Yes, sir.
I am sorry for being harsh.
You don't have to apologize. I don't believe in myself. Ah! No!
Oh, no!
Bye! Goodbye, actually.
Don't believe in myself? Disappear.
Gone.
Disappear! Oh no, what the fuck?
Am I Luke? No, I'm Echinacea.
You're
Who are we?
Echinacea.
Oh,
You're
Button's
me.
Iyo,
What is happening?
Luke.
No.
It's you.
Okay. I'm back.
You're back. I don't
Okay.
believe in myself. Well, I believe in you. Whistle believes in you. Lazuli believes in you. Echinacea believes in you. We see what you cannot. And if you wish to be enlightened, you have a path to that lesson. Much like our conversation with Wit, change is a ship. It is up to us to decide whether or not we get on board.
I don't know if I'm going to make it out. I thought I was on that ship. But now I feel like I'm drowning. I thought I was making a change.
And if you choose, you can let others help you swim to shore. that is not something to think about now. Rest. Will you be at the Whitmore Estate or the humble abode?
The abode.
Understood. Please call me if you need anything.
Before Isandro walks away, Zio is going to grab him and throw their arms around their neck.
He hugs
Hug
them.
them tightly.
Hugs them back.
I'm so sorry, I'm more of an anchor.
You have nothing to apologize to me for. I need no apologies. Squeezes and just nods as you make your way to the humble abode. Okay. Inspiration point. Yeah! Before we go to break, Echinacea whistle. Montage things. They're pointing 2 guns at you, Bub.
Me?
Yeah.
Me? Oh
Yeah.
boy.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Let me just see what we can do for montage thing. I think, like, and this is just kind of a loose overtime kind of thing.
Yeah, over the course of the next week. Yeah.
Okay. As far as montage things, okay. Nikolai, restoration research, and that's going to be like talking with a lot of the Divanthier people.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to do that as montage.
Yeah,
but
I don't want to montage any conversations with Divanthier folk, especially since there's. Yeah. I know that'll lead to a lot of questions. So that's something we can do. Either.
Yeah, I don't know about too many montages, but I do have one, and we don't have to do it now, but we can maybe like when we come back from break. But Whistle does need to talk to Lucian at some point.
Yep. We can do that quick, actually. If sure. That, yeah. Let's do that. Yeah, that's not a super in-depth crazy scene.
No. Yeah, okay. This is just like some time throughout the Iyo Thalor downtime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lord Whitmore gets a knock at his door.
You just hear a come in.
Good day, Lord Whitmore.
You see a very tired man. It's just good day. What can I do for you, Whistle?
You look tired. Heavy as the head, as they say.
These people have suffered.
They have.
And it is my will to ensure that I can alleviate some of that suffering. Earlier in the week, I had the kitchens open. I had people come here, have breakfast. I walked through the upper and lower blocks, tended to those in need.
And yet, you look uncomfortable in that seat. You still worried about agitators?
No. I'm not worried about agitators. I just want everything to be okay. And I know that it will be in time, but there are enemies on the horizon.
That's what I'm here to talk about, actually. Surprise, surprise.
Color me shocked.
Whistle's going to kind of, if there's a map of Iyo Thalor in
Yeah,
Lucian's
I'd say
office. Yeah.
Lucian's desk is pretty filled with like maps of the continent. You see a map of Drukamesh. There's some paperwork sort of sprawled out on top of his desk as he's just sort of. You see that he has a notebook of names and needs, and you see that a good portion of a page is kind of crossed out, as you know that's kind of he himself, heeding the words of the party, has been making himself present for the people and just meeting individual needs as he can.
Whistle's gonna walk around to a map of just kind of like a regional map, Iyo Thalor, Wavern Peaks, that kind of thing, and just say,
Yes. The doctor and I have been talking.
You to do that?
Yeah. Well, we have lots to talk about. A long list of enemies. One.
You have a particular one in mind. His eyes kind of linger on the Wavern Peaks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. A type of enemy that, at least we know your city has faced before, but Isradon is a different beast entirely.
Yes, I don't believe this city has faced anything quite like her.
I want to make sure it's protected against something draconic, if needed.
You and I want similar things. Do you have an idea?
Better than idea. I've got a napkin.
And Whistle's gonna put down a napkin on the table. And probably that night that we were having drinks with Monroe and the boys, Whistle wasn't really drinking too much, but just kind of quietly sketching something on the table after spending all day at the barracks with the Wavern Peaks behind, and just kind of remembering that scenery. And after with the conversation of Echinacea, slides, like kind of unfolds it and shows Lucian.
I was thinking something like this could be useful.
Lucian pulls the napkin across the desk and just... You've come to ask me for more money.
Useful doesn't come cheap. Since joining the Fated, I've accrued a fair bit of funds myself. Funds I'd happily put towards this endeavor. I am somewhat responsible for the threat that looms over your city.
This would give you and the Fated a lot more versatility in the fights to come.
It would.
How much do you need?
Another 10 to 15,000 gold ought to do it.
He just goes...
But perhaps the esteemed Lord Whitmore might know of somewhere I can negotiate a fairer price.
Well, I know you have things to do in Drukamesh.
I do. But I think at least there I can recruit some people to help with the designs. There are particular elements to this that are going to require some specialized engineering.
So you're asking for the money in transit?
I'm just making sure that it's available when it's needed.
You have it. The work that you have all done here. You see as his finger trails the ring that Echinacea returned to him in deep reverence. For the city, for me. For Tolesh as a whole. 1,000 thank yous could not begin to suffice. So it is an action that I will aid you. And that's really fucking cool.
Designed it myself. Thought you'd like it. Rest assured.
15,000 gold pieces. Fine. Alright, fine. You just let me know when you need it, and I will have it speedy couriered over to you.
Thank you, Lucian. And rest assured, it'll be put to use that you can be proud of.
Of that I have no doubt. I'll have to check in with the others. I've been making a habit of sneaking out at night.
Old habits die hard, they say.
Well, these ones won't, I fear. Thank you for bringing this to me, Whistle. I appreciate your trust.
Don't tell it to the others. I know you like surprises.
Well, I'll keep it to myself. I don't know what you're talking about. Get out of my office.
You got a dirty napkin on your table.
Fuck off.
And as he walks
Picks it
out.
up, throws it out. All right. Very nice. Very cool. We love surprises. All right. Echinacea, what are you montaging before we head to our last break?
Echinacea is up and moving from dawn until well past dusk for this entire week.
Yep.
They spend a night spellcrafting with Casimir, during which they spend 5,750 GP learning a lot of new spells.
Holy shit.
With Oldiel as well.
Okay.
So the cleric and the wizard are hunched over. This is one night.
Yeah.
Another night, they are writing letters to Thandoril, to Lori, and to Ygritte, and the cleric is taking over these letters as well. The timbre of them is very much changed. Every single day they are training with Whistle and then heading to the hospital to help with disaster relief.
Yeah.
And as they are working there, they are collecting the stories of the people of Iyo Thalor. And they are starting to compose something for this city.
Mm.
And as they are composing it, the composition on the pages of the Mythic Spellbook from Pharos, the ink seeps into it and through it as if going to these phoenixes far from them. It's beginning to tell the story as it is crafted. And then Echinacea is going to grab Lazuli. Would you like to be a part of a 24-hour ritual?
Entirely.
We're going to hallow an Atropole.
Oh my.
Echinacea looks a little manic at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where do you go for this ritual? Yeah, where do you go?
Whistle suggested the mines. Very deep in the earth.
What exactly does hallowing entail?
Oh, well, a lot. It makes it so that a god cannot touch the space. So this entity that Vamir tried to use to enter the material plane, both the entity itself and the space where we lay it to rest will be untouchable to him.
I think a mind is very wise.
Okay. And are you just bringing Lazuli?
I think Echinacea would look for the others too, but they went to Lazuli first, and they pull down their terrarium with the blue flower that glows with Minri's light.
Yeah.
I thought that maybe the sisters would like to do this together.
I think so.
You hear a gentle, I feel a new magic. And that sounds like fun. As Minri sort of excitedly gleams at the proposal to do this with you both and with her sister Shar.
Have you spoken to Shar?
I imagine that night, the first night with the after the orchard and people wind down, Lazuli had connected to Shar. So yeah, above table. So yes.
I know that there are other gods on our shit list who have done harm to her. But Hamer's pretty high on that one too.
Indeed.
What do you feel with her, Lazuli?
What would I feel from Shar, if I were to connect? Like, I know we didn't do that scene, so I don't know much above table to say, but
I think what you would feel initially is a really excited nature. She's been kept from the world for so long. There is, in similar fashion to you all, there is an eagerness to get back to work. There's an eagerness to uphold her domain, to tend to those in need, and more than anything, she's a bit impish in the same way to you all, where she's like, I wish to kick some evil gods in the shins. So if we can do that, I would be more than game. Like there's a very getting back to work and providing as much trouble for the unalloyed pantheon or those against the people of this world in a big way.
Lazuli would answer, I feel empowered for mischief. And to quote my favorite sibling, become ungovernable.
Let's become ungovernable.
I will.
Okay.
To the mine!
You guys make your way to the mines. You approach Whistle and Zio. Whistle and Zio, do you guys go? Yeah. Okay.
Deep hole full of metal. Whistles in.
I couldn't be happier.
Yeah.
And then anybody else? Just making sure.
Oh, Kaylin.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. He's like, oh, absolutely. I'd love to. Yeah. Okay. And you make your way down into the mines. Do you go as deep as it goes? Like, I know a mile was mentioned, so do you head to that depth?
Yeah, I think that they would very intentionally put it where there are no active veins.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. You make your way down and paint a picture. What does this hallow ritual look like?
Echinacea has been sort of avoiding their magic as much as possible with this newfound fear of the Arcanum and the memory of not having access to it. So to shift from magiclessness, probably the most infrequent their relationship with Minri has ever been in terms of conversation.
Mm-hmm.
This is catching up with her, and this is, I think, introducing her properly to Lazuli. The spell consumes all of the herbs and ointments and incense used throughout the ritual. But as they are all sat encircling this space and the incense drifts up into the air, the smoke, I think it depicts every single moment where the party has thwarted the silence. We see all of the events at Sivalholm. We see the closing of the rift. We see defeating Viola twice. And as each of those memories is acted out within the smoke, this performance just for us, I think the fear that Echinacea has been feeling about the Arcanum deepens as they worry that they could lose this. They look at the smoke and there is the instinct to capture it in their hands and hold it, but it is smoke, so it escapes. And as they sort of frantically catch the smoke in their hands, tinier visions of the same, the thwarting of Vamir, appear in miniature. But Echinacea is not comforted. And they retreat into themselves.
Echinacea retreats into themselves, and as, their hands sort of fall limp from, not grabbing anymore, they just feel as there is solidity from the smoke as Minri's hand grabs theirs. And from the smoke, she sits across from you, holding tightly.
You couldn't speak to me there. I didn't know about you. I couldn't know about you. And they came for us here.
They came for control.
Yes.
I am sorry I could not find you before.
It was their fault. And now they are coming here.
What we must do is already being done.
Is it enough?
We will only find out in time.
And I will do more.
She squeezes.
This is just a start.
We will all do more. You have sought out powerful allies before. Igni and Pharos live. You've connected with the Gildenfire and reunited with your beloved. I reiterate the wise words of your friend Whistle. David. The strength you will all find is in each other and being together.
They don't let people be together.
then I will not give them the choice. You see as there is a darkening behind the eyes of Minri as she looks at the four of you. Move in close.
Was that whole conversation said out loud?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. Yeah. David. You see as the wings begin to sprout around all of you. Echinacea, the blue flower in the terrarium that represents Minri begins to glow particularly bright as one of the petals sheds. And you see as it takes on a very familiar shape, much smaller, as a shard of Minri's divinity is shown to you all, a sliver of it. And she looks. This is my raw power. In a time where they wish to separate you, where they wish to take your magic, this will ensure that does not happen.
How? What? How? Why?
Anti-magic is magic. I control that too. And with this, you will learn the tools too as well. We all learn from our experiences. And Echinacea, you see in the sliver of divinity is the sequence for a spell.
Does it hurt you to give that? Are you?
I am well. To care for you does not harm me. To ensure your safety does not harm me. You are my champion. And more importantly, you are my friend. Take this as a sign that I have learned. You will not be in the position you were before. She looks between the non-detection amulets. She looks between the allies that have surrounded themselves around you, the ones who have sworn not to leave your side. She looks at Kaelin. Things are in motion now that were not in motion then. It may not feel like it, but we are on the right path. I ask you, my champion. She looks in, seeing the wizard retreated, and calls to the cleric. Faith in yourself. Faith in them. Faith in me. And you feel as the sliver of divinity makes its way to you.
I apologize for my fear. I will renew my faith. I will do better, Minri.
She looks at you and tilts your chin up. Faith is nothing without fear.
Whatever do you mean?
We must feel fear in order to know we have faith in something.
Fear of what?
Whatever we fear. I feared that I would never find you again. But I had faith that I would.
So faith despite fear.
Yes. I do not wish to tell you that you should not have fear.
I will be larger than my fear. I will be my faith and contain oceans. And they hold the sliver to their chest and imagine containing oceans.
And as you take this in, that is where we will take our last break. As the hollow is completed and the Atropol is buried underneath the ground in the Iyo Thalor mines. All right. We will see you guys later. Be back in about 10. Bye.
Goodbye! Echinacea came to consciousness kneeling before Magus Arcanum agents in the smoldering Kaelkirk streets. No memories remained in their skull, except one, their hand ripping the heart out of the Arcanum agent Valor. Echinacea was taken into custody by none other than Valor's husband, the notorious Casimir. After a month in solitary confinement, Casimir's intrusion into Echinacea's mind revealed that the false memory of killing Valor was planted by the Winter Court Fey Queen Coliata. Casimir uncovered a true memory hidden beneath the false one the night Echinacea met their husband, Lorien Belnades Larethian. Despite discovering Echinacea's innocence, the Arcanum refused to release them, keeping them locked in Casimir's tower. Until the day the Oracle of Aldengate revealed that Lorien did battle against Coliata upon the site of a Shadowfell rift over half a century ago. There, Lorien was defeated by the looming shadow Eadwulf. Eadwulf, an undead corruptor Corboray controlled by the Winter Fey Queen, consumed Lorien and turned him into the Vildraven, a monster sworn to hunt the line of Larethian to extinction. The Oracle mercifully freed Echinacea after the revelation. Upon leaving the warded halls of the Arcanum, Echinacea learned that they are a fate touched of Minri, goddess of magic. With Minri, Echinacea crafted items of power called preludes, which grow based upon the chosen paths of the wearers. With time, Echinacea grew to love the fated, adopting Lazuli as their sister, advocating on Lucian Whitmore's behalf for restorative justice, befriending fellow Arcanum victim Monroe, and falling head over heels with the runaway Zendrixian prince Kaelin Vryn. With luck, Echinacea learned that they are bound to a phoenix, allowing the wizard to cast primordial restoration magic. They use this to heal enemies and allies alike, eschewing death hags and the ruinous god Silence locked away in Aosha's core. With rage, Echinacea learned vital information. Coliata's mind is not her own. She is a victim, controlled by the cursed sword Rhyme, created by the deceptive god Kervaith. Braving the lands of eternal winter in northern Shenthir, Echinacea finally faced the Vildraven, In the midst of their battle, Echinacea offered Eadwulf a new pact. Join Echinacea and bring Kervaith to justice for all the suffering the god has caused. Eadwulf accepted, leaving Lorien free to recuperate, offering Kaelin the Vildraven's mythic blade, the Song of Arvindor, and taking up residence in Echinacea's mind. Together, the two have braved many perils, closing a Shadowfell rift with the aid of Lucian Whitmore, recovering 50 years of memory with the help of another Corbray, meeting their brother, Dorlin, dying by Lord Tarvish's hand, being brought back to life by Lazuli. With their life reclaimed, Echinacea got to work, reforging the Song of Arvindor into Kaelin's Oathblade Truthseeker, facing their deepest fears of imprisonment and loss of self in the Sivaholm catacombs, reuniting with their forgotten love and unwitting betrayer Thandor, who remains bound in a pact to serve Kervaith, transforming into a seraph, freeing a goddess bound by the gods Silence, Kervaith, and Ruin's Eye. Echinacea now seeks to reclaim the rest of their memories, to save Koliada from Rhyme's influence, to free Thandoril from his pact, to close the rifts that scar Tolesh, to dismantle the Magus Arcanum, to confront Kervaith, to break the silence.
Whistle, the Hobgoblin fighter, was born and raised among the Iron Legionnaires to be a soldier, a tool for conquest. A veteran of numerous campaigns against the Scorched Isles, Whistle earned the recognition of the draconic captain Isradon of the Alaric, a mighty Titan-class ship. Steadily climbing the ranks of the Alaric's crew and garnering a reputation for efficiency, Whistle was eventually charged to lead a covert mission. He was tasked with leading a team to steal a Divanthier tome from the famous Larwith Academy in Drukamesh. His life changed when on a mission, he was compromised by the only thing his grooming amongst the Legionnaires could never prepare him for. He fell in love. Whistle's budding affections for Nikolai, a Divanthier scholar at the Academy, blossomed into a romance that threatened his entire mission. Everything came to a head when Nikolai attempted to stop Whistle's team as they secured the Divanthier tome. Nikolai was shot by Whistle's ally, Lord Tarvish, and as he died in Whistle's arms, something miraculous happened. Nikolai's soul was imbued into a Divanthier dagger that the two men had bonded over during their brief time together. Since then, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaire objectives and his team from the Alaric mission, tricking Lord Tarvish into believing he had the Divanthier tome. Whistle sent his crew back to the Alaric. Now isolated from his former crew, he has dedicated himself to discovering a means of restoring Nikolai. After encountering the Fated and witnessing their crusade against the great evils that threaten the world, Whistle has found allies to aid him on the path to redemption and acceptance. It was not long before Whistle learned that he is the subject of a Divanthier prophecy, a leader destined to unite the Ally-born and save his love in the process. Unfortunately, the trick Whistle played on his Legionnaire crewmates only bought him so much time. After a failed attempt to retrieve the book by Viper's Hand mercenaries, Whistle's Alaric crewmates took matters into their own hands and attacked members of his new party. Whistle arrived in time to watch Lord Tarvish kill Echinacea. Falling back on his Legionnaire training, Whistle cleaved the gunman in twain without a word. Navigating the strife caused by using Nikolai to kill, Whistle set about seeking redemption. Having been crafted a prelude by Echinacea, seeking training from the Golden Dragon Helgon the Gildenfire and the Winter Court Knight Uldiel,
Whistle found himself taking steps down the path of the Protector. In doing so, Whistle promised Zio that he will take the burden of killing upon himself should the need arise. Whistle's role as a Protector found him ensnared in a deal with Isradon to claim a new lair on his captain's behalf. In an act of desperation, Whistle offered Isradon the abandoned keep Sivahome, the meeting place of the forces of the Eclipse of the Three, the vile gods Kervaith, Ruin's Eye, and the Silence known as Vaemir. In the Sivahome catacombs, Whistle the Protector came face to face with Whistle the Legionnaire. Suffering under the weight of his past, Whistle was forced to relive the choices that made him into a killer, until finally coming face to face with a cruel vision of his father. In that moment, the sight of Lazuli under attack broke Whistle free of the past. The Protector persevered, buoyed by the faith of his party and his love for Nikolai. Now, Whistle has abandoned his Iron Legionnaires and thus earned the ire of his former Draconic master. Days after retreating from Sivahome, Whistle found himself confronted by the adult Red Dragon and the reconstituted Lord Tarvish. Battle quickly ensued, during which Whistle was felled by Lord Tarvish's hand. In death, Whistle found himself face to face with an endless field of weapons and a godly entity, an icon known as the Maiden of Blades. She affirmed that Whistle is a Protector. When Lazuli came to bring Whistle back to life, he accepted, returning to lead his party through a harrowing escape from the dragon Isradon. Thus, Whistle's connection to the Iron Legionnaires was severed. For the first time in his life, Whistle is a free man.
Welcome back, everybody. Hello. Quick thing. Button, you said Echinacea crafted potions.
Yeah.
Can you go ahead and give me that roll, please, quick? I just want to cover some stuff that just, make sure we're above board.
Medicine?
Yes, please, sir.
That is 16 on the dice plus 13, which is a number. 29.
You are absolutely able to replenish your potions. I will say you're able to make with a 29, 3 of each.
Okay. Thank you.
And for everybody, you all took pretty intentional action during this first bit of downtime. Zio, for your training as a spirit caller, your wisdom score goes up by 1. Whistle, for your inspiring speech and show of leadership, your charisma score goes up by 1. Echinacea, for your dutiful training and dutiful work as a healer and combatant in times of great fear, your dexterity score goes up by 1, and you are proficient with simple weapons. Lazuli, for tending to the dead, for following your goddess's domain, you are now, your wisdom score goes up by 1. All right.
Wow.
Bing bong, fuck your life. Getting a proficiency in simple weapons feels like such a oh wow, thanks so much, dickhead.
They did already have it, but I had flavored them like they didn't,
Yeah.
so now I will treat them as though
Love
they...
it. Love it.
Yeah.
I have a charisma score, guys.
Oh my
He's
God,
on the board!
are you out of the negatives?
Yeah, no, now I actually have a +1.
Yay!
All right, love that. So we are heading out of the mines. Angie, you had something.
Yeah, I think Zio.
I'm so sorry.
Beautiful. Zio farts, and it sounds like Alec burping.
That was Minri.
Pardon.
Excuse me.
Pardon.
But as we're walking, I feel like Zio is remaining to the back a little bit, kind of drawn in on themselves, shuffling their feet a little bit. And as they look up and see the silhouette of their friends standing over the open mouth of the mines in the cave, Zio just... I'm afraid, and I don't have any faith to hold on to.
Oh. What are you afraid of, Zio?
That I'm gonna continue doing the wrong things? That I'm going to continue making decisions that hurt all of you?
To name your fear is the first step. But I don't think you've hurt us, Zio. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but I don't think you've hurt me.
But I have. I didn't understand back in the forest when you wanted to keep working. I didn't understand that, and I think I hurt you. And I told Lazuli, I promised Lazuli that I would protect her. And she got herself caught, and I wasn't there to stop it. And I put Whistle in a difficult position, and I asked him to promise me something that he couldn't, and I got angry at him instead of understanding why he couldn't. I'm hurting everyone. I pointed an arrow at a mercenary, and that led to an entire squad of the Bright Fury to get killed, Vaughn's family to get killed. I had us chase orbs all the way to Lockhinge. And the Sir killed someone while helping me get that orb, and we exploded. Let me speak, please. And we exploded the windmill. I immediately hurt Alma with my words, and I didn't allow us a chance to meet as friends and not as enemies. I forced Helidas to face Istrus. I took the first shot with Viola. I didn't control my emotions with the Red Dragon. I continue to make bad decisions, and I feel like I continue to hurt people, and I'm afraid of doing that over and over again. And I never know which step to take that won't lead to people being hurt by my bad decisions. I've kept something from you all. And I'm afraid of that most of all. And I don't have faith in myself to think that I'm strong enough to do something about it. If things were the other way around, I would fight and fight and fight to stop you. And I think that's why I'm afraid. Because I don't want you all to do that for me. I gave up that path. But Alma didn't just want help with Viola. She never wanted help with Viola. She made me promise I'd go into the current.
If she made you make a promise under duress, then you don't have to keep it.
I want to keep that.
That's not consent.
I want to keep that promise. And I'm afraid. I want to keep that promise, and I'm afraid. Because I don't have faith in myself. And what better way
to stop hurting people than to just sacrifice it all. You have the goddess of magic at your back. Lazuli as her sister, and a coterie of ancient witches. And Whistle's part of a prophecy.
So are you.
Then why does it feel like I would be your doom?
I don't know why you feel that way. I don't feel that way. I don't look at you and see doom, Zio. You're my friend.
I wasn't going to tell. I was going to try and keep it, but I feel like I'm fraying. I feel like I'm drowning. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for lying to all of you.
All I want to do is give you what you need, and I don't know what you need, and I don't think I have it to give it to you. But I want to.
Either. I don't know either. Sandra's been asking me the same question.
In that case, I think that this isn't about what you need, Zio. This is about what we can offer you. And we can offer to be at your side. I told you you weren't alone. You've made bad choices. We've all made bad choices. The worst choice we can make at this point, any of us, is to try to shoulder the consequences of that alone.
Whistle's right, yeah. Thank you for telling us. That is something you did very right. She comes and sits down and holds him. Very, very, very right to do. Thank you. I trusted you for a reason, because I knew you would hear me when we talked in the orchard. And she puts her head to his forehead like he did to hers. You're not alone in this. We'll figure something out.
Can we please go rest? I don't want to be alone.
You're not alone. Whistle's right.
I want to wake up in the morning and I want to be there with you all. And I want to hold on to that.
Echinacea goes and crouches down where Lazuli and Zio are, and they extend their hand to clasp if Zio takes it.
Take it.
For as long as you want to hold on, I'm yours.
Yeah, and Zio just holds them all.
Kaelin begins to help you all up as you just... Well, then let's go home. And the four of you begin to walk out of the tunnels, the mines here where the Atropole has been laid to rest, where a sliver of divinity has been gifted to a fate touched, where a truth has been spoken. Is there anything else anybody wants to do as you leave the mines?
I just want to clarify, above table, or on at game here, on
At
table.
table.
Yeah, at table. Over break, we had discussed Whistle is going to use the Divanthier powers, the transformation,
Yep.
to just turn the Atropole's burial with the cold iron veins into a vault.
Oh, seal it off.
Seal it off. So we have a sealed, hallowed Atropole.
Yeah, good luck getting that motherfucker. Okay, yeah, absolutely. More than able to use the Divanthier abilities you have to. You place your hands onto the ore, onto the wall, and you hear the cold iron within it just say, Vendrick. Lord Vendrick, we will safeguard this. As the wall begins to form and the vault is sealed, Whistle, you're left with a name.
Ah.
Lord Vendrick.
What is that?
No, don't know.
Echinacea looks... Oh, I'm sorry.
No, please.
I think Echinacea, as they're clasping arms with Zio, walking, they turn around and they just witness what it is that Whistle has created. Him staring at it. What does it look like?
Oh boy. I think Whistle. This is sanctified and hallowed by Minri's magic. So Whistle, who is not necessary, Whistle. I think Alec had a character the other day that's kind of an agnostic in a world where gods roam around. And I think
Mr. Whiskers, yes, everybody remembers.
Yeah, Mr. Whiskers, yeah. So Whistle is in a similar vein. But because Minri's magic has now been called here, as Whistle reaches out, I think the vault looks more like not a traditional vault door, but more like a giant flower petal with vines that kind of extend outwards to kind of create the vault itself.
There's a moment where Echinacea's faith swells, like waves on the sand, and it's not just faith in Minri. They look at what Whistle has wrought and have faith in him.
Lou, did you have something? I feel like I heard you say
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, that's okay.
There's something that was just a minor flavor thing that
Please.
even just like before the break, whenever we were doing the ritual.
Yeah?
But I imagine Lazuli circling the entire area where we were doing the hallowing
With the attribute.
and using the staff and summoning it, the scythe, even as a spiritual weapon, cutting and circling, almost imagining like cutting the fabric that is tethering this space to other spaces, if that's possible, or just even if it's a symbolic, ritualistic kind of movement, just again severing it in another way, on another plane, and another space, so this is not to be tampered with or accessed. And
I love that.
And even because it talks about verbiage, names. I'm trying to just even spiritually erase its existence so it can't be traced here.
As you've ferried souls to the beyond, there is a duty for the witches of the Bwanid Coven to safeguard the spoken word. And in so much, in the undoing of the death hag Viola, the first of the Revardine line, you see her words, the pacts that were held with so many, and you begin to take those words and honor the intention behind them, using them to weave above the space where the Atropol's been buried, where Echinacea's magic is securing it from God or entity alike. As you move outward, as Whistle begins to erect this floral wall, you see the spoken word weave amidst the vines to trace the petals, and you feel within you that divine feminine being. You feel the intention behind the words spoken to Viola honored, not manipulated for selfish intent. And you, for the first time of your own volition, wield the Ith. All right. Each of you head out and make your way back to the humble abode, where you enter to see Casimir sipping a potion. Good evening. Hello. Do not look at me like that.
How many nights?
There are 10 days in a week. I've slept 5 nights. This is my 5th night of being awake.
Casimir?
Echinacea, yes.
No.
I'm listening. All I was going to say is that I'm listening.
If you are concerned at night, then we will set up watches. You've just taken that potion, so it's a little late, but starting tomorrow, you will sleep.
You see Duke kind of stand next to you, just...
What he said.
Agreed. I agree.
Zio, if there were to be the best tea that we could prepare, what would that be?
Matcha. Thick, with milk.
Could we request some thick with milk matcha?
You're looking at Casimir? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just like, I was once a powerful mage of the Magus Arcanum, but now I make tea.
We forgive you.
He stops, turns. Thank you.
The joys of retirement.
I am not retired. I am changing careers. All right. Kaelin scoots next to Casimir. Do you mind if I help you? Please. As they begin to make this like very thick, milk-heavy matcha tea, as all of you begin to settle in the living room and begin to rest. Tea is brought.
What is?
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna ask if I could make maybe like an insight check into the state of Zio Marino.
Zio, any roll required, or we just do an insight, baby?
I don't think there's a roll required because they let everything out.
They're just in the throes of it.
Yeah, they're just kind of, I would say they're just sort of blankly looking. I think it's the calmest that you have all ever seen Zio. Their shoulders are slumped. Their eyes are heavy set. And there's a certain kind of cathartic peace that settles over them with the realization that after tonight's rest, the work will continue. But their shoulders only slump because they've been so tired over carrying that. Not because they're sad.
I told Alma that we would go to the Scorched Isles. Meet her there. I understand if there's other things that we have to do. But I gave myself some time. I told her that I wouldn't help unless I was able to give you all a proper goodbye and also give my family a proper goodbye. Until we spoke to Kulatra and Glacia. And until we stopped Distress. But she did confirm. Glacia and Kulatra have agreed to the meeting.
Echinacea done a lot of arguing with Zio about the path that Zio should take. They don't this time. I am at your side with whatever you choose.
I just want to stop feeling like I'm not strong enough to actually make a change.
In that case, you should focus on the changes you've already made.
And Whistle kind of draws Nikolai into the hand, shifting from kind of the glaive to back to the dagger form that Nikolai has inhabited before, and just kind of sticks Nikolai blade down into the table.
There's someone in town who may know something about how to restore Nikolai. Alcott.
Oh.
That's an opportunity that wouldn't be available to us had you not made the choices you made, Zio. Thank you.
Zio just nods vigorously.
Each of you, unless there's anything else, begin to settle into the large bed in the center of the living room of the humble abode as Casimir and Kaelin bring matcha tea and lemon poppy seed muffins.
Yum.
Oh, fuck, that sounds good! And
My favorite.
Casimir just looks over to Echinacea. It is time to rest. I'm sorry for being hypocritical. The past. The password for the guards and wards is growth.
Growth.
Speak it to the door and it will open for you. I have kept this word from Lucian. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I did tell... I told him.
I nearly cast sending to him.
I told him he will most likely sneak in again, as he is known to do. You guys hear upstairs.
I swear he tries to make it loud now.
They don't know.
You surely could do better than that.
I'm certain.
Shit. You hear as he goes to try another window.
Would it be okay if you all came up to my room?
Okay.
To the treehouse.
You all head to the treehouse, cuddle up.
I think so they're essentially like almost like tatami floors, like Japanese tatami floors, and so there's a lot of like these like thick kind of cushions and everything. And it's all fairly comfortable. It's not a bed, but it's something that Zio is most comfortable with. They're going to curl up and find her like a cat when everyone's laying down picking their little corner. I think Zio's going to curl up right in the center of everybody and have at least one part of their body touching every single person that's there.
You all eat your muffins, drink your tea, and are eventually joined by Kaelin, Lucian, Casimir, the pups, Richter, as we will call an end to this first session of Downtime and an end to this chapter of Known Realms Tolesh. Nicely done, everybody. Level up. I'm kidding. No! Could you imagine? Absolutely not. Thank you guys for hanging out and for chilling through this episode of Downtime. We will say, I just want to cover some bases here. Whistle, you're probably going to be leaving for a place come the next morning, because we will be pre-recording our next session and David will unfortunately not be with us. So we'll touch base with what he's been up to in the session afterwards, but we'll pick up with Zio, Lazuli, and Echinacea next Sunday for chapter 80. Before we head out, let's go ahead and say hi to our players, starting with Angie.
Hi, everybody. It's me. You're very, very teary-eyed, very emotional. They, them, Angie. I've been playing Zio Marino. Another very teary-eyed, very emotional. They, them. Well, technically he, they. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Anyways, did you guys know that hurricane categories have nothing to do with the amount of water that falls, but with the amount of the wind speed? Anyways, that's.
Thank you, Angie.
You're welcome.
Next up is Lou.
Hello, I'm Lou. I play Lazuli. She, her pronouns for both of us, and you can find me at Lazulia_art on most social medias.
Hell yeah, brother.
Hell yeah, brother.
David.
Hell yeah, brother. My name is David for the foreseeable future. My pronouns are him, and I've been playing Whistle. Also he, him pronouns. You can catch me over at Stealthy Elf Productions, where I am the GM of a couple of Pathfinder 2nd Edition games set in a homebrew post-apocalyptic world with some really cool people. That's me.
Thank you, David. And last but not least, Button. You're muted.
Hello. I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. When I am not here playing Echinacea Belrose, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions in the Unearthed Inheritance campaign, where I play Cressida. And did you know that an internal combustion engine has 4 strokes: intake, compression, power, and exhaust? Yes.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I have no hurricane facts.
I'm operating on only exhaust.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
That's very good. Thank you guys for being here as always, and for being here for the foreseeable future. My name is Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. I've been your archivist for this evening. When I'm not here, you can find me as Finn Reese, Jotunblood Fighter, and Here's Visteria, Unearthed Inheritance, over on Stealthy Elf Productions. Thank you guys for being here. Hang tight for a raid. We're going to throw you over to our friends at Total Party Kiss, who are playing their Tragedy of Theologian campaign. And yeah, we will see you next week as we delve into more downtime. Bye!
Goodbye!